guys training from.
I know it would be 100 for the plus two, huh?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, that's you can.
I frequently would buy them before. I haven't needed them for a long time, so
I was just wondering what they cost, considering that we can make them now or soon.
Well,
Yeah,
you
you
just
can make-
asked John what they cost.
You can make. Well, yeah, it costs half of that to make them basically. I think it's. I think you can make 8+1 arrows in a week.
We are live.
We are live with Memorex.
All righty then.
In a week.
Yeah, well,
What's
being
today?
a bastion turn.
Yeah.
I'm
So
not
we're,
gonna get-
we're shooting somewhere around 400 GP a month so we should expect to get out of the bastions. And for things that make
pretty much every 2 days or so, I think is their rate. But they're not expecting 60-hour days.
Hmm.
They're expecting you work a work week. On Earth, that's 5 work days of 8 hours. So they're expecting 40 hours of work a week. But you get 5 work days in the world here in 2 days. So 120 hours.
What day is it when we get home?
Since I got not much voice, I just made a few slides and stuff to help me. Not slides, as I don't really use PowerPoint or anything like that. I made graphics, which I will share. Share screen. There it is.
awesome
Yes.
dungeon master.
D&D via PowerPoint presentation. Otherwise known as session 65. Okay, we ended off last time on let's see. And I still haven't done the web summary. So essentially last time you went to seal off the unexplored lower volcanic region. When you were in the caves, there was some fear that there might be a adult red dragon down there, and it's best to leave him shut in. Then you began working through the masses of white dragon ice that was still there. A lot of the cold and frost in the caverns had melted quickly away, but there's the packed dense stuff around her lair area, which even though she wasn't there sustaining it anymore, took some while. So you were punching your way through that, looking for treasure. You decided to come up and around and go into the lava tunnels the other way because there were more lava tunnels you hadn't explored, and there might be an easier way to get to that where the shit's not dripping down on you. You encountered some basilisks at that time. Various size, some look more like birds. You fought them, and towards the end of that, there was one really large one, which was barely moving and sickly looking, but it was guarding or lying on a big pile of basilisk eggs. So you killed that and then took the basilisk eggs. Somewhere in there, between the first basilisk and that last one, also some mushroom men, which are not completely uncommon in this world, and you can even have some citizenship in Svarta, but the ones in Svarta, they're more civilized. These were like full-on crazy psychic blast mushroom men, and they were tearing you some holes for some reason. But they were on the other side of the white dragon's lair, so perhaps they had a deal with her, or perhaps they were just there. I'm not sure. They didn't seem to have any treasure. But what would mushroom men treasure? Piles of shit, maybe. You got through the ice on that side then and found that the only other treasure that the white dragon had was some sort of magical stool, and there were 9 sort of golf ball size water opals, which which had been enchanted.
You would think the mushroom men would like the magical stool.
Good day.
George, you get advantage. You get advantage. Yeah. I'll talk some more about those opals, but for now I'm going to ignore them. You returned home then by first talking to Fru Methny, who lives in Messersachs. She and Timidor have some arrangement at the moment. She's hoping to decommission her permanent teleportation circle in favor of his, as hers was conscripted during the war efforts. But she doesn't mind an occasional person calling ahead, and if she's around, they can use her teleportation, which is what you did. You came home, and so you were in the city of Messersachs. We already took care of the end of the last session that you arrived and you priced and sold off the basilisk eggs, which tend to be useful only when they're fresh, because people like to put basilisks in areas to guard things, and it's best that they, they're not,
Imprint on you?
they're actually
And they're
trained from
babies.
some place where they'll petrify somebody if they come walking down the wrong corridor. We had some dragon components to price out and process. By the processing, I guess sometime tonight we'll talk about CR components, and if you want to build some magic items yourself, you may require these. These are the types of things that you previously were selling to Grenhe Sumpers, and she was giving you a reasonable price for them. But now that you have some bastions, you can make more money by processing them yourselves. Or you can certainly sell them and get pretty much half their value, much like getting swords and equipment and stuff. But we need to deal with the level up training. All you will gain experience to go to 11th level. That doesn't mean you're all 11th level, characters in each class or whatever. Some of you are multi-class. But this will take 60 gold pieces.
Ooh.
And it will take 12 world days. So
Which
that
is like 30 Earth days.
is like a month in Earth days, yes. So during that time, not only will you be dedicating 8 hours a day to your job, which as full-time Olympic level athletes is basically either adventuring or training 8 hours every 24 hours, but you will also be telling your bastions what to do. So this is a perfect opportunity to get those bastions online and see what they can do, since there will be a good stretch of time. You reported back to Baron Bart just as a matter of courtesy, when you came back, you can tell me what you told him about your latest adventure. He thought you were going off to the Wimronda Island areas to investigate some sort of smoke in the. But somewhere in there, he will tell you.
How did he know this?
How did he know what?
About the smoke.
That we were going off to Wimronda to investigate smoke?
Because he essentially ordered you to do it.
Okay, is he home already?
You and he were, yeah, he's back.
Oh, okay.
You and he were at the party together.
Yeah, I know we were at the party. That's why I wondered why he's already home.
Well, you guys have long rested in between at least once and did some adventuring. And he's got access to a teleportation circle in his hometown.
Yeah, I didn't know. I was asking if he came home already. Apparently he
Yeah.
has. That's fine.
And yes, I mean, whatever you tell him, doesn't matter. Somewhere in there, he will tell you that you are not expected to get any new orders until at least day 122, because he realizes you people need training time. So
Day
unless there's
122 is the end of our training time.
the end of your training would be like day 121 or so. As it's 12 on to 109.
So day 122 is after training.
That's through Sophie, who's through
Mefti, yes.
Methny.
That's the Baron's
Through
wife.
Sophie. Yeah, through Sophie was her name.
Also, at this point, Ursa still remains the person of contact with Baron Bart van de Berg of Messer Sachs. So she is carrying the sending stone, which he uses to give you people orders.
Who is?
Ursa.
Ursa.
Oh yeah, Ursa, sure.
All righty. There's my first slide. Any questions on that?
What's POC?
Person of contact.
Okay. Baron
Hawk.
Bart.
Baron Bart.
Is any of this dragon stuff good for making potions, or are you trying to make other magic items out of it?
Well, I mean, certainly there's some stuff that can be used for different components. Did we figure out that how much space you had to carry home large chunks of dragon?
Well, I didn't calculate cubic volume because I didn't know the volume of any of these things.
Well, it's certainly something that would be nice if you had like this much space and this much is being used for shit you don't normally lose. You got some like cheap food and stuff, or stuff you might throw away if you got lots of treasure. It's just nice to have. Oh, we need this sneak lizard boy into this cave. Throw him in the portable hole. Is there enough room? That would be just nice to know.
Well, there's enough room for multiple lizard boys, yes.
There's always enough room for a couple of medium-sized people.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying you need to know the exact shape, but stuff will get rearranged so Lizard Boy can fit in there. But we just go, hey, Lizard Boy takes up X amount of space is a room. Well, for right now, I'm thinking it's like tons of room for 3 barrels of dragon blood or 5 or.
Barrels of dragon blood. Oh.
Well, some last time we're talking about blood.
Yeah, I didn't know if you're talking barrels, but we have we have a 10-foot tall stack of barrels in there, which contain water and Stroop's ale. If you want to dump out the water, that's fine. If you want to dump out Stroop's ale, you may have to fight him.
Oh, yeah, that's
Just drink it, Stroop.
Chug,
do that.
chug, chug, chug.
How tall is a barrel? I'd have to look it up.
yeah, I know. See,
3 feet.
I'd like to be able to go, hey, this much dragon blood boils down to this much, you know, say fire resistant potions,
Well,
components.
if barrels are 3 feet tall, we got like a stack of 3 barrels and a short barrel for oil.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't want to do a lot of math in game or whatever, but something reasonable. Yes, you have some components for typically some of the blood can be boiled down and concentrated into resistance. Because most fire dragons are resistance to fire. Some of the internal glands of the dragon can be used to make like fire breathing potions.
Were any of you guys making a laboratory besides Sagan?
Nope.
Laboratory? No.
Okay.
Other things can make potions though.
Well, yes, specific potions they mentioned, but in potions in general, like a potion of protection, probably have to be made in a laboratory.
Certain workshops can make potions.
Have some potions on their list, yes.
Oh, were they? Hmm.
I think so.
Oh yeah,
I'm pretty sure. And I was asking about the flight bladders, the flying bladders. Can they be used for booties?
the white dragon's flight bladder could be used for a pair of winged boots.
Okay, and how big is this flight bladder?
I don't think you're going to get tons of, but I think you get more than one pair of working boots worth out of them. I mean, I'd have to let me double check the. Well,
Barrels of ale did I have? I can't find it on my inventory.
I think
Well, there's a stack of 3 big barrels. So I assume one of them is ale for you and the other 2 are water. And there's a little barrel with oil in it.
okay,
Short
based
barrel.
based on the White Dragon's CR and the CR of the boots, 3. I think there would be enough for 3 pairs of those.
Okay.
Kind of boots?
The winged boots,
Winged.
Oh, winged
possibly
boots.
boots of levitation.
Are these things we can make?
Yeah.
Winged boots, not the levitation boots. I think they're rare. The flying boots, I think, are rare.
The winged boots are uncommon.
And
They require attunement.
but the Frostfire dragon doesn't look like when those were being harvested. His flight bladder does not. It looks malformed and probably not usable.
Oh.
But as boots, but people I think would be interested in buying components of a dragon that no one seems to know about, at least locally. Just for analysis and maybe to look at why that's malformed. It's beyond my scope, but not that of weird ass alchemists out there and deranged medical people.
A weird alchemist.
If you had two barrels, then I think their standard is 55 gallons of water.
I think I was assuming 55-gallon drums.
Yeah. So okay.
It says
One,
40 gallons.
one
7
barrel of each.
That's about 7 cubic feet. Yeah.
So you want a barrel of each blood, or you want to just go for the white?
Well, we don't know what Junior's blood's good for.
True.
And I
But again,
presume,
I
the
suspect
white.
you. I suspect you took some smaller vials and stuff of it.
Mhm.
So if there's like, let's say,
how much blood is in a dragon? See, I don't know
That's
these things.
yeah, I think that's the sort of stuff I, would like to ponder when I, it's like, oh, they had two barrels. Okay, I could have worked with that earlier, but
It depends on if we strap down Stroop. We could have 3 barrels.
wasn't having a good week.
Hey, if you want to buy my ale, that's fine. Just let me drink as
A
much of it as I
100
can to
pounds
start
of
with.
100 pounds of dragon, blood. It's probably a lot of blood to deal with and to get out of creatures and whatnot.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. I mean,
They
would
say
they like,
they multiply by 8 the number of cubic things for when you go from medium to large.
I mean, weren't those dragons sitting there for a while after we killed them?
Yeah, I mean, there's some of that
Harvesting
too.
them.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go with her CR rating here, and
Yeah, that just simplifies it.
So you can get 100 pints of blood out of a large
Uh,
dragon.
I'll give you enough for 12 resistance to code potions,
Hace frío. I hear the police going on.
which would pretty much amount to, if you have something like a laboratory. No, I don't think the laboratory actually buys components like the other ones do. I think they kind of make their components. Is that the difference?
I don't think so.
Oh,
I think they just make potions the way they're described as doing it in the
make it just like the
handbook.
hags and the witches and things like that. They buy components and they make stuff.
Yeah, but so they had the same, if the stuff is available.
Unlike gardens or greenhouses, they don't grow anything in a laboratory.
Well, yeah, I thought the laboratory might have been more like that, where they were making their own stuff.
No.
Yeah, I haven't read up on that one. Let me just take a quick look. Laboratory. You issue the craft. Okay. Where do they actually talk about the stuff being available or not? Yeah, okay. Must just follow the same 75% rule. Okay.
I think it's just like you're making magic items, essentially.
Yeah, this is the one
Okay.
that's kind of funny. They say you can make things that craft anything can maybe made with alchemist supplies using the rules of the player's handbook in chapter 7 of this book.
Okay.
And then you
Yeah,
commission
okay.
poisons.
It's,
But they
it's
don't mention
crafting both.
specifically mention magic items like all the other bastions do, or other potions.
Yeah,
It's
well,
just to be
It
assumed.
says you can make potions according to chapter 7 of the DMG, doesn't it?
This book, yeah, but I didn't think there was a lot in there about chapter 7 of making potions.
Chapter 7 is just the general magic item making book. So all the potions are listed as magic items.
Okay, so there you are. They just make magic items. They don't make components.
yeah, okay.
But they're not limited to just first or common and uncommon items. If you want,
Well, not
Yeah, they-
the other places, right? You know, eventually, are they or
yes, they
They
are.
can make,
are they? Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's true.
So,
Okay.
but that one isn't, if you want to pay the price in gold and time and
So-
have the materials.
potions of resistance are 300 for uncommon ones. So, yeah, okay.
You pay 300 and sell it for 600. Is that what you mean?
No,
Or-
no, no. You
That's
buy
it.
you buy components worth 150,
Okay, and they're worth
And,
300.
and you turn them into 300.
What do they do exactly? They make you like they give you advantage on these potions, or they make you
Yeah, it's a sort of I can't say I remember exactly, but I think it's something like you drink this, and for an hour you have advantage on saving throws versus cold.
potion of
Whatever it says in the DMG.
fire. Let's see what it says. Gain resistance to fire damage. What is resistance? Oh, here, I'll click on the note. Okay.
Potion of resistance. What you want? There you go.
Yeah.
Type 2, cold. You drink this potion, you gain resistance
Oh,
to one type
half
of damage
damage.
for 1 hour.
It's like skeletons and sharp weapons used to be.
So yeah, half damage against cold for an hour. Hey, I'm gonna go fight that dragon. Let me quaff this. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. How are you feeling? Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. It will not come back. What won't come back?
But yeah, I mean, most of that 150 worth of components you could be getting at the shop can be replaced instead with 150 pieces of gold pieces worth of the white dragon blood. So yeah, there should be enough for 12 potions. If you normally would pay like 200 gold pieces, for components, or I'll do the math, but it'll cut you a better deal on 12 potions of resistance from cold. And you could sell the stuff for basically half of what that magic component cost would be.
An uncommon item, it takes like 10 days to make or something like that.
5 days. No,
Yes.
for a consumable common item takes 2.5 days.
I believe these are uncommon, so it'd be the full 5
And
days.
it's half of 10 days, so 5 days.
5 days then. Okay, yeah. half.
Every 5 days, you could make one of these potions. And so if the party wants to count it as treasure, you probably buy it from the party for a half of what you would have to pay a retail place for. And it's up to you guys how you want to split, like monster bits. I think in the past, you've just been selling the monster bits and then splitting the money, right? To Grinhay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you can get the hag would have given you half the going rate, because she could then process it and make all her money on the processing. You guys could pretty much do the same.
So we'll be making more than we used to by selling it to the hag because
Minus tags. Yeah, well, you'd be making money on the processing side of it, which you would normally wouldn't get.
but it takes longer to realize that.
Well, yeah, but it's not. You got slave labor.
Hey, don't put it that way.
No, you
Okay,
can
they're
put it that way, that's
immigrants.
okay.
Sorry, hirelings. But we'll put that down as components for 12 potions. And since you'll have to process them to get 150 value, they're probably worth a quarter of that. I'll think on it later. But
Well, we'll be able to turn them off. We split up the work, between my laboratory and Tim Miller's arcane study and whoever else has a workshop. I got a workshop too. Could probably make it. Yeah, sure. They're all doing the same thing.
Sounds good. We don't have to hit these numbers just yet, but so there's that flight bladder worth 3 boots worth. There's 12 potions of resistance.
Too cold.
Okay, resistance from cold, and there's also dragon glands or producing their spittles and stuff. So there would be 12 for 3 chances to get fire breathing.
A potion of fire breath.
Sorry, 3 potions of fire breathing and 9 potions of frost breath, if such a thing exists. I think they have dragon breath potions. And
I only know a fire breath potion. I don't know about any cold breath potion.
Like a cone of cold.
well,
No,
if
no,
they,
no.
they
I'm
have
talking about
fire
the
breath,
potions
I'm
with-
not going to make up frost breath on the fly.
That's what the white dragon does, isn't it?
Well,
Yes, but I don't think there's a potion for that, is what I'm
Yes.
saying.
I mean, if it doesn't exist at the moment, that means nobody's developed it yet. So that may be worth nothing at the moment. Fire is probably easier to deal with, as you are at least warm-blooded creatures. Whereas you produce it, getting your body to produce all sorts of weird, freezy breath, probably not as easy as overheat your system.
Potion of frost breath item in Sanroth.
Okay. You sow the eggs. Okay, does that deal with there's dragon charms and stuff, teeth and whatnot, which I don't think are any components necessarily. Perhaps scale armor and stuff, which could be looked upon later. I didn't spend a lot of time deep diving into dragons, so I didn't spend a lot of time deep diving into anything, to be fair. Okay.
4d6 cold damage. Or half.
Let's maybe switch over to bastions. Does anyone need clarifications down on bastions, or maybe we can just discuss what actual bastions are? I can make a list of what people are ending up with.
Well, Sagan will go first. He's
You
making
can certain,
a workshop.
hold on, Sagan. Okay, so let's just skip your basic ones with your outhouse or whatever that shit is.
Yeah. Skip those.
Okay, so you should have at this point 4 bastions,
4 special facilities.
All right.
4 special facilities, and we'll try to get them online while you're trained.
Okay.
And some immediately. So a workshop for
Workshop. A greenhouse.
greenhouse.
Storage facility.
Well, let me stop a bit on anything that's standard or substandard or abnormal. I don't recognize storage. So what's the intention behind this? I can work with
No,
all.
the storehouse is a standard facility. The storehouse is a special facility.
Got it. Okay.
And you never did answer whether or not the training area training is a cumulative for that 250-day mark thing.
Well, for what I had enough time to look over training. Training in 2014 DMG takes a long ass time, like 250 days.
Yeah.
With a personal trainer.
It doesn't have to be, like good for the game. It just has to be good for.
I'm showing you my train of logic for what I was able to have time to think about it.
All right.
That was 250 days where you could train somebody the use of a tool or learning a new language
Skill.
or a skill. And then I did some research on how long courses on languages and apprenticeships for blacksmiths, how long that sort of stuff would take. And, they were looking at 250 days with a tutor, basically one-on-one time. You were coming out of that pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I mean, native fluency in languages. Certainly coming out with 3 years experience as an apprentice, and a blacksmith. That was, of course, blacksmith, here, just do this shit. But when you got a one-on-one tutor, for $250, that was a pretty good deal. I mean, but that's a long ass time, especially in a D&D game, and probably more experience than a lot of these, language roles are. And when they came out with Xanathars, I don't remember the numbers, but they went way down. And then I checked those numbers, and it seemed like, yeah, they were treating you okay with the language. Okay. So that looked pretty reasonable. And when I looked at the 204, 220, 2024 rules, those were ridiculous. Took you like a weekend, and you'd have almost no skill at all. So training facilities, I think, we can make them make the money of, the typical bastions that are just set up to make money, and people can go in there and get training in a pretty short amount of time. All right. I think the Xanathar numbers are pretty good. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
No, I don't know the Xanathar numbers. I don't have access to that kind of stuff.
I posted them in the thread when I did answer what I could about training. I just didn't say Xanathar were the numbers I use. I mean,
Well, I don't know. What do you mean? A training area is a money-making facility?
well, what else would it be?
You use it
A
for
special facility for training area gives you this magical ability to do stuff for a week
Oh,
after
well,
you studied it for a week.
yeah, that's domestic stuff. But if you want to do that as a spell, I mean, there's nothing that could convince me that you taught me how to use a tool and I forgot it if it's not magic. So if it's producing some sort of magical effect, yeah.
So it does this magical effect, but the question is, is that sort of training cumulative, where if you continue to do it, is it just
absolutely not. If it's a, here, I'm going to give you this rigorous hypnosis, and so you can go in and commit this crime with this tool and you forget about it next week? No, I mean,
well, you forget about it at that level. I don't know if you forget about everything.
It's magic.
Oh, well, I
some
don't
sort
know.
of super hypnosis.
I thought the training area would probably be more realistic than that.
Well, there's nothing in that bastion about, after that week. You do this for a week and then you're done. That's the bastion rules. I would rather it be something different, but I can't see how, if you want like that bastion functionality, it's anything other than like super hypnosis.
Well, I'll have to think about it longer for the fourth one. Because, see why you couldn't do normal teaching there too.
We talked to you about letting Bibbs use her training facility expert for just some mundane training of baby rangers in the background that, is not something that would affect our game playing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for like customizing and tweaking these things a little bit. But
That's what I wanted to do, but you're kind of making it sound like if you learn something there, via the magic route, then it's just totally forgotten.
I think it would have to be.
I wouldn't think that. It's like, I
Well,
did that last week. I forgot.
that's its magic power. I mean, you can
It
hire.
doesn't really say that's his magic power, but
It
I don't
does say that. It's
What
specifically
else
says
it
is
says
it?
you can
there
function
for a
at
week.
at this elevated level, after this amount of time. It doesn't say you totally forget everything.
It says you have that ability for a week.
Yes, at that
It doesn't
elevated
give you
power.
any other abilities beyond that. It doesn't say anything about beyond that.
Well, it doesn't say you totally forget everything. You don't even remember what you did.
I just paid for this suit of plate armor, and I take everything else in the store too, because it didn't say I didn't get it.
That's not quite the same thing, is it?
It's not quite not the same thing.
There's no reason to think that if I buy some plate mail that it didn't say, I didn't get everything else in the store too. There's no reason to think that. Whereas there is a reason to think that if you're learning something, you can probably remember something.
You're not learning
I bought
it.
plate
Being
mail for
magically stuck in your head.
750 gold. It didn't say I bought one plate mail.
Yeah, it did. It said this is what it costs per plate.
I got 3 suits here. It's all plate mail.
It
Okay.
tells you what
Say
it
you buy
does.
all the plate mail for that.
I
Doesn't say
don't,
that.
I don't want to deal with this. The training facility in the Bastion rules, as is, produces some sort of magical effect that lasts a week. Now
Correct.
we can work some sort of compromise on something that does something different than that, something that you want, but it can't be, I'm going to get all the weak stuff plus more. Here's what the Bastion does in the book. My Bastion does more.
The way Tom puts it, anything that's mundane, you don't have to use the Bastion rules. You just stick it on, make it Bastion adjacent and pay for it.
Well, you can do stuff. You can
Yeah,
buy.
you can hire yourself a trainer.
You can buy other services that don't fall under the Bastion rules.
You won't get any magical effects that way, but you can hire a trainer and train for to learn a skill.
The problem is that if you not only does that only last a week, but and it takes a week of advance notice or a week of continuous, or maybe 8 days, 9 days, 100 days, you continually do it because once you stop it, even before you leave the Bastion, it starts to fade. So it uses 100% of your time all the time if you're going to ever use that ability, and that's stupid. So it's not worth it.
Well, then don't take it.
I'm not. That's why I said I got to think about the fourth thing then.
I told you we can work on some sort of compromise where you can do, we can certainly set up training.
Then we'll work on the compromise, the fourth thing, later.
All righty then. So Bivs wants some sort of training as well. So you want the magical forms of training where people get skills for a week if they spend a week at your.
Bibbs wants to have.
I want to make baby X-Men Rangers.
Right. Bibbs wants to have a storehouse. Bibbs wants to have a smithy for making weapons and things for her baby Rangers. Bibbs wants to have a greenhouse, so she's going to get healing potions and things for her baby Rangers. And Bibbs wants to have a training area. This training area will do the normal magic things if ever any of our characters want to use it according to those rules. But when we're not home, that expert is sitting there doing nothing. So he's going to do mundane training of baby Rangers. And it's not a magical thing at all. It's unrelated to the magical part of it.
But you only get, according to the Bastion rules, you only get a training that's very specific about what it can do. And I don't think it can train baby Rangers.
No, there's a training expert there. It doesn't matter what you think. It matters what John thinks. There's a training expert there who can do this magic stuff, but he's also a training expert.
I
So
will
he
look
can
at
do mundane training.
I will look at the training facilities. I obviously not spend enough time looking at training facilities.
Well, the training facility does this magic thing where you train for 7 days and you get one of those 7-day things, and then it goes away. Some
Just one of them. That master isn't good at every item
Can
on the
only
list.
only one person use the facility?
no, I
Doesn't
think
say.
when that certain expert is there, anybody can train with that expert.
Okay.
I
And
believe.
do you make money off of this?
No,
No.
So
unless you bring in people and let them use your
isn't it
facilities
supposed to
for money.
isn't it supposed to be functioning like every day where people in the neighborhood come by and spend 8 hours and go home and do that for like 7 days in a row and suddenly I know how to blacksmith?
For a week.
Or well, I'm just saying, when does this person have downtime? If anybody can come in,
Well, no, anybody can't come in.
I don't understand how it works because you've also got like 5 experts here, 5 types of experts, and you only get one.
okay, let's
Right.
move on.
Yep.
We'll look at it. I'll look at it later.
You can have more than one training area, but as an area, you get one expert.
No, you can swap out experts. There,
That takes time, yeah.
no, it doesn't take. It doesn't say it takes time.
Oh, so they just snap your fingers and it's done? I think
It's
it
like all
takes
this other
time.
Bastion stuff. Yes, you arrange this stuff ahead of time.
Let's move
it
on
takes-
from this. We're moving on. Okay, Dave.
Hey, I've got visuals.
Okay, good. Like I said, I mean,
Can I share
Uh,
my screen?
I guess I'll stop sharing mine.
Let's see. I'll just get screen one. So this is the standard form.
Hmm.
Right now, since she's not a saint yet, it's going to be Skaldmare's Ursa's Infirmary. And so the idea that was kind of threw out was that there's this available inn that's no longer an inn. It's kind of,
Well, you're gonna buy it. You're gonna buy it from the innkeeper. Yeah, the queen will.
yes, right. And so I'm kind of assuming that a portion of that is going towards the like basic facilities, and a portion of that can go towards the special facilities. And then there's another portion that isn't yet refurbished. But I was going to have a general ward that was basically the common room converted into the general ward, which will act as a parlor as part of the basic facilities. And
Triage.
yes, and the bedroom. As far as special facilities, a medicinal garden, which would probably be an herb garden, medicinal greenhouse, a sacristy, and a workshop. And somewhere here, not there. So this is kind of the map of what I thought the inn would look like, at the height of its days, with the common rooms on the right. The entrance is right here that goes in. There's a reception area with a coat closet behind it, a kitchen attached to the common room, privies, stairs going up to rooms on the second floor. I haven't mapped that out yet. And then there's the private area where the innkeeper would stay, and then some kind of outdoors facilities like storage, stables, and the outdoor seating. And then Ursa would convert the common room into the general ward and adopt one of the bedrooms. The sacristy would probably be upstairs someplace, but there's a medicinal garden where the outdoor seating was, medicinal greenhouse where the stables were, and a workshop where the storage was. How does that sound?
It looks pretty good. So you get the four basic or standard, I mean, things, and you're purchasing that recently established and then moving on. That seems good.
Okay. All right. That's all I got.
Consider where you would want to expand with, say, like a 13th or 17th level facility as well. So, I mean, just lay the foundation for that sort of stuff realistically now.
Okay. Well, I do think,
mean,
I don't know.
I mean, not right now.
Right. But I mean, I think one option is, the upstairs hasn't been mapped out. And then I think with her hammer and of excavation and her stone shape abilities, that going down is always an option.
Probably even a better one for some of these things like workshops and stuff that might have to handle valuable components on occasion, where bandits on the roadside might kind of swing by and go, "Hey, these guys craft fake legs and shit, and my mom needs one."
Hmm. All right.
So, I mean, a lot of those facilities would be harder to get to in the basement and, easier to protect. Just something to think.
I like it. All
Yeah,
right.
but there's no reason why workshops just getting off the ground can't move any place all over this place, because you're just moving the staff and the equipment as needed. Okay, it sounds pretty good. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Whoa, how's my screen? Oh, there we go.
I stopped sharing.
Yeah, when someone else, my tiny little view of people, which I just check over this tiny little area so I can have other windows open. Suddenly, it becomes
The power of sharing the screen.
okay. I can do a quick sum up of what George and I were working on for him. Essentially, he's gone for the fairly simplistic cash grab options. But they're
Cash and rumors.
yes, yeah. I mean, it's good stuff. I mean, we flavor them a little. I looked at the numbers, because basically bastions make you money, make you items that you could sell for money, get rumors, give limited in like special effects for magical brews and stuff, get legend lores, grow stuff, etc. So he's focused on much like Dave has got here. He purchased the old bakery area. The guy in Messer Sacks in a corner area, because they kept the bakery furnaces and stuff away from a lot of the houses that could easily burn with all the heat they're producing all the time. So this guy had his ovens, and he also had a bread and pastry store and a sit-down area where people could buy and eat. And this is all based in an area of the city called Fiddler's Green, which is a open market where people have all sorts of wagons and displays to sell drinks and fast food of the day and whatnot. So he's basically buying out the baker, but he's going to leave the baker his oven, and he's going to end up building the baker a basement underneath his ovens where he can live underground and have his storage and stuff there instead of the area that Stroop bought. Stroop is commissioned with the city to rebuild some of their walls because space in the walled cities is at a premium. But he's in a corner there right by the edge of the ocean, and with just a stone shape or two that can be widened out a little. And so if they rebuild the walls, which he's paying for, he expands out enough room to basically make 3 levels of bastion facilities.
As I like to call it, a tri-level.
Yeah, you may recall, or probably not, but much earlier in the campaign, when you first went to Messer Sachs, after coming back from the parallel world with the evil Wang, that there was a raid on Messer Sachs where some foreign agents had entered in through an underground area and stolen Fru Mefti's water elemental bowl when she was away. She would leave that behind so the city could use it to help defend if needed. But they managed to get into the area, which is a cavern under the Fiddler's Green area. That area has also over the years been used for clandestine stuff, where elite people in the city have an interconnection from their basements where they can go from one house to another and have secret meetings. So they collectively have this little area underneath, and they mutually have a guard who's always waiting there in the bottom. Their local thieves guild is also part of this. This is how you get into the thieves guild area as well, as in this underground area. Well, as Fru Mefni is retiring, she's also doing bastion work. So she's going to completely reshape the area underneath the Fiddler's Green. One, to better protect the city, so people can't sneak in again the way that one person did. But she's making all sorts of things which would be the equivalent of like fallout shelters down there. So people in the city could have a place to come down and retreat to if the city were under siege, all sorts of water and food stores. And it will continue to be a clandestine area where some of those wealthy people can still meet and use the facilities, not during crisis times. So as she's reshaping a lot of that stuff down there, it's not that much more for her to throw up some stone here and there for Stroop. So he can also be a part of this clandestine area, which will get you guys nice access to her permanent teleportation circle on occasion. So Stroop can be just dropped at home or whatever. Okay, that was a more voice than I had, but the end result is the little corner lot he get is now a little bigger, and he can go up and down, so he can build down and he can build up. And so at the bottom, we've done a modification on the theater, because the theater in the Bastion rules is pretty stupid. So we just basically turned it into a little pub. And it's just straight money maker. And so people can come in, they can buy beers and stuff, but there's an open performance area. So Stroop can play, other people can play, and there'll be outdoor seating area. So anybody who's wandering around the Fiddler's Green area can sit down, hear the music, but also eat whatever snacks they bought from the city's vendors. And especially since the baker no longer has a sit-down area, Stroop's deal with him when he bought out the baker was the baker's just going to turn into making donuts and sweet stuff. And so people will buy it, sit down right next door, with Stroops, listen to the music, probably buy some beer as they munch donuts. So he's got a little pub down there where he can also perform. Also
Donuts and
taking
beer.
the idea of the theater instead of like a high level thing that goes around and makes money based upon performance. I've developed a traveling troupe wagon. And essentially, all they do is they go between cities and put on little music festivals or little acting plays and stuff. And they basically work for donations. But their key function in this game is that they pick up rumors. And as he levels up, this can also level up. They will get further range, and they will get a little more ability to make money so they can hire guards. And this will allow you to get non-local rumors, and towards the end, even enough to have them wander into foreign areas, safely and protected, And so imagine them as, the traveling gypsy sort of bands, but their main feature is to generate rumors or spread them, as the case may be.
Is it possible at some point to have multiple troops?
Yes, instead of going multiple distances, you can either get more local or you're getting the distance to get the more. Anyway, so a player is basically paid for the privilege of gaining rumors that might take you on an adventure later on. Or, like I said, if you need to spread rumors. Above his performance area, he will also have a gaming hall, which is a random cash roll. Basically, they never lose money, but they might make as little as like 10 gold pieces. Or they might get a jackpot if he rolls like percentiles near the hundreds.
I like to call those
In
people
the basement, though,
whales.
he is like you, building a workshop. But his workshop is going to be trying to do more of the common-based stuff. So a lot of the common items that really aren't, exciting to 11th level adventurers are keen for people who are like hanging out at the bar or buying donuts next door. Plus, a lot of the stuff like the cloak of many fashions is the sort of stuff Stroop likes, and his stage performers and stuff can use as their regular equipment for costume changes and whatnot. Along with that, and mask and whatever. So that's where his money's going. Timidor, what's going on with your stuff?
Timidor is going to have an arcane study, workshop, a scriptorium, and a teleportation circle. Currently, before he even went off to get knighted, he threw up some little quickie bastions using wall of stones, so that this stuff can get set up right away, because unlike other people who are just moving into stuff that already exists, when we get back, he's going to be making the bastion facilities out of with rock to mud and wall of stone and things like that. But he wanted a place for those bastions to be before they were ready, and then they just move their stuff on over when those spaces get ready. That'll take another couple weeks. And then however long the teleportation circle stuff takes to show up.
Sometime during the course of the training days, there will be an encounter of some dwarves who will want to talk to you about some very specific details. It turns out most of these government workers, for some reason, the diggers, the builders, even the carpenters, turn out to be dwarves more often than not, coming in and doing the work.
I pictured him as dwarves.
It's racist. it's, it's not. Or it is, you know. What the fuck game are we playing that we can't have races?
Oh,
Oh, racist.
They haven't invented the starting pistol yet, so you can't have races.
Yeah. Agreed. Okay. Sorry.
There are just a
I-
few things you can make in a laboratory that you can't make in a workshop.
I think the big exception with the laboratory is, rare and very rare.
Laboratory makes potions and things. It doesn't make most of the stuff you can make in a workshop, but it can make anything, any rarity level, whereas the workshop is restricted to items on the implements magic list and of
Well, let's
uncommon.
can we take a quick look at what potions, for instance, would a workshop be able to do?
I got to get the book.
Yeah.
I have to touch 2024. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't like a
The
lot of. I like two things about 2024. I like the basic concept of bastions, which they were starting with, and I like origin feats. But that's about it. It really is.
The workshop has potion of climbing, potion of comprehension, potion of diminution is rare. Okay, rare. A potion of growth is uncommon. Potion of healing.
Implements, common, potion
Potion
of climbing, potion of comprehension,
breathing.
potion of healing, and uncommon potion. Dust of disappearance might be something there. Dust of dryness might be something you make with those kind of tools. I don't know. But for potions, there's also, an oil of slipperiness probably as well. And potion of growth, potion of healing greater, potion of water breathing. Those are the potions that are listed. They list filter of love, or I don't I look for some.
Those can all be done in a regular workshop.
Yes.
It's the rare things like heroism, invisibility, invulnerability, longevity, mind reading. These kinds of things can make in a laboratory. So
Also,
I suppose my fourth one will be a laboratory.
anything like alchemist fire and things like that says you can make, that aren't magic items, but you can make those with alchemist tools, so you can make those in the laboratory.
Oh, sure. And then the
Also tell you that expanding my workshop to the vast kind for an extra 2,000 gold, but that takes time.
the workshops then couldn't make poisons and stuff, but gardens could, and the laboratory certainly could make poisons.
Yes.
So I'm making a laboratory.
Laboratory
training
can make
area,
potions,
make-
gardens can
just be a
actually grow the
non-bastion.
stuff and make the potions. Yes.
And of course the vineyards would be another mundane thing that's bastion adjacent.
Okay. Sounds good.
I wrote about it in the D&D thread, but it's a long post. Probably didn't read it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me share this other slide.
A slide.
Some of it is just, and it doesn't have to be done now, but some things I want to know, and probably not verbally, sent as an email or posted on the MWAM thread or on the Facebook group. I'm just looking here at the bottom stuff for now. New bastions. Since most of you have got some sort of bedroom storage area, just a little note what sort of stuff you're keeping at home. You know, you have literally been living out of your hole, you know, for the last 3 seasons or whenever you picked up the portable hole. But certainly there's some stuff you don't want to be carrying. But at that same token, you probably don't want to leave 3,000, you know, platinum pieces lying around the house. No, that stays in the hole, whatever. But what's at home? So when you can, a little brief list would be nice. Also,
Do
for
they
my
make
benefit,
good
because-
safes?
Yeah, well, there are banks. They're not like profit banks, but there tends to be banks who will, at least not for money, use your hold your money in their vaults. You know, if you want to like pay for a certain level of protection and guarantee and stuff, we
Oh,
can.
I was thinking like a hidden safe in my bastion or something.
Yes, yes. I mean, that's the sort of stuff that, you know, not any bastion rules. That's just, John, I want a secret safe underneath my toilet. You know, let's figure out it. Well, you know, people are going to look under the bed, but they're not going to look under the toilet.
Timidor's safes are made in the stone wall using stone shape, and there's no door to them. He just opens it with stone shape and closes it with stone shape by moving around a block of stone, essentially. So
That's the sort of stuff to know. It's like, here, I'm keeping this at home. I'm stone shaped in front of it, and detect magic won't catch it because it's too deep.
because it's in stone, yep.
So exactly the sort of stuff we're talking about. When you guys are skilled at going around finding this shit for years, you should be, you know,
We know how to hide it.
skilled at how to hide it because you know how adventurers coming by are going to beat it or try to beat it. Because I'm, you know, an encumbrance freak, I like the idea that people carry a certain amount of weight, and they also carry a certain amount of gear, pots and pans and whatnot that they routinely drop right as they're going into battle, or they stash outside the cave and they come back to get it later on. You know, here's my list of that stuff. Here's my list of this stuff. And so it's like, no, you stash that outside because that's your 10-foot pole. Now we're crawling through the sewer. You know, just a little quick reference. Plus, I suspect some of you will be building or buying, you know, new extra dimensional spaces. Again, it would be nice, you know, it's like, what's in it? How much room you got? You know, so come next adventure, you got 3 kobolds you got to hide in 3 seconds. You know, can they get in your haversack in time? Because, yeah,
Haversacks are rare.
I was like, well, that doesn't mean that couldn't be bought at an auction or something. But my point is still, here, hop in my bag, kobolds. No, we haven't seen shit. You know. But you know, it's so much easier to do that and go, oh, but you had the frozen wolf statue in there. Okay. Also a list of what magic items are carried and which items you are normally attuned. As usual, especially since you've just gone up a level, I like to know people's max HP. Not that I'm using to gauge encounters or anything. I like to know your usual AC, so I don't always have to ask. I can just go, okay, it's 20, right? Now I can double check, but I have a pretty good idea, you know, what your ACs are. Passive perception is always a good one to have, though, and that's going to change for some of you maybe at this level. I'm not certain. Also, I'd like
Is
a list.
passive perception listed different than perception?
Yes,
Because I don't-
you calculate it out, or D&D Beyond will calculate it out for you.
Passive perception is your wisdom.
Oh, there it is. Never mind. Never mind.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
got it.
I mean, that one's just good to have because then I can go, okay, did they notice that? I'm not going to ask them what their passive perception is. It's just nice for me to know.
What do you mean, go to check mine skill proficiency?
It's
What's
going to
that?
explain go to check mine skill proficiencies is I don't want to do 5 or 7 skill proficiency checks or perception checks or anything like that. I like to focus on here. These are my best skills. I suck at persuasion. So unless there's that rare situation where I'm all alone and you need to know my persuasion roll, yeah, at that point I'll ask. But if we're at a certain situation, this way I can easily go, okay, well, those of you who have like the medical, say, proficiency.
You mean like you want a top 5 or something like that?
Yeah, it's on that. I don't want to know any skill proficiency where you're not not proficient at it. That should be the purview of whoever actually is proficient at such and such skill.
Proficient at everything.
Well, because you're a halfling god.
Bards are also half proficient at everything.
Yes, but it's just
I'll
along the
give
way.
you a sorted list from top to bottom.
Oh, Timidor's got a really good history check or a really shitty one. So when I'm asking questions, I'll know which people to be asking. Like, you're all there as a party. I don't want 5 history checks normally.
Well, our workshops,
Got it.
will our workshops be up and running quick enough so that if we wanted to be, make a bag of holding for 4,000 gold pieces, we could?
No, we should be able to get it done even during this this training break.
Exactly. I'm asking you, can I make a bag of holding in this time?
I don't know that off the top of my head. If it's like a 10-week sort of deal.
It's an uncommon item.
Bag of holding takes 10 days.
Well, I'm trying to get to there next.
All right.
Next to kin, if possible, in some cases, rarely, peerage property could maybe go to a brother. More likely than not, it's not going to. It's going to go back to the queen, but it's at least something to consider.
Like you got divine ways or magical ways of determining, genetic lineage and relatives. As far as I know, I got.
It's much easier just to have a notice set up right away with the queen's officials. Like, oh, yeah, here's my next of kin. Or if no next of kin, dedicate it all to fish hatcheries, or if there's any money. Like I said, in most cases, the queen will go, well, we got a new knight. He's going to come in and take over these facilities. But you're also putting some of your own money into these facilities. So there should be a careful record of what I've done, what the queen has done, what I've done to expand. So the next of kin option is who could potentially be getting that stuff, especially the stuff you did specifically. Next of kin can also be used as ransom request. It's not that uncommon that a spy or something get captured and at least offered back to such and such. So if you set up maybe a pile of cash and mentioned it in your spell book, like that one wizard did on this last encounter.
Is your list longer than your sharing?
Sorry, what?
Is your list longer than what you're sharing on screen? Like,
Why?
I was just wondering, he's talking about other things that aren't on this list now. I thought maybe.
Isn't he talking about next of kin?
Explain what
officers?
next of kin is.
On the right, the lower right corner. Read it.
Oh, no, he was talking about ransom at the time.
Well, I said the next of kin can also act as your negotiator or somebody who you've left cash with,
Yeah.
who might be willing to pay for your resurrection if your body is found. And someone says, hey, we found this guy here. And the note says that his next of kin will pay. That's all I'm saying. And then I recommend you maybe arrange for the next of kin to have access to some resources like that that could be used to. I mean, thinking about these bodies in the dragon's lair got me thinking maybe you guys want to set something like that up.
What's a raised dead cost?
Typically, I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's
It's
5,000 for
500.
the materials, and probably then that means 250 for the casting of it. So 750 gold probably.
Hmm.
But I'm just spitballing it off the top of my head.
No, that's right. If you supply the components,
Yeah. So you
otherwise they tend to charge like double the component price or something.
What are the
Yeah.
components, like 500 GP diamond or something? Or
yeah, I think so.
But I have a 500 GP diamond here that says raised dead.
yeah, but if you got it on your body, that's hardly incentive for someone to get your
No.
money.
That's it.
Oh, but
That's the thing you give to your next of kin. I mean, adventures, you'll carry it around so Ursa could
yeah,
you.
that's I've got
But
it marked here that's to
if
for them
Ursa's
to bring me back.
if Ursa's got to raise you from the dead, you're probably in a world of shit. If Revivify isn't going to do it. So you probably don't need to carry it around with you. But maybe one for the group, not one for everybody. Okay, so like I said, take a quick screen snapshot or something. Yeah, and work that sort of shit out. And I wouldn't mind having it. As for what's new at the top, some of you are getting, new spells, new abilities. And I always like to, take about 5 minutes each person. Obviously you don't have to tell people, but you're relying upon each other for your lives. Your characters don't have to tell each other, but your players, you guys should certainly know. So if we could go through,
Well, if the players know, but their characters don't, why could their characters shouldn't be able to do anything with that info?
well, I'm saying some might want to hide something. Like, oh, we all know that his bottles have been tied shut. We all know. But
Timidor always tells everybody about his new spells. He's got this spell where if you got something that you really don't want people to like take away and run off with, and you never get it back, you can use Dremul's instant summons and you like put a spell on 1,000 gold piece sapphire, and then you can keep that at home. And if somebody runs off with your spiffy, +2 glaive or whatever, you can go home and then the wizard can smash the little thing and it'll bring it back unless somebody's actually holding it, in which case it'll tell you where it's at and who's got it.
Looks like an Uber air tag.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, AirTag doesn't bring stuff back for you. This thing will.
That's why it's Uber.
Yeah, Uber. Oh,
I guess
Uber,
if you-
because it delivers to you. So it's like a Uber Eats AirTag.
And the item itself does not detect this magic at all.
Don't think so. It doesn't. Doesn't mention it.
So I wonder how many people are selling like precious pieces of art, which they know will be hung on walls. Because people that is like, oh, okay, I want that art back, but nope, guy was holding it. Fuck. It's just like, so you would think they want to want to be able to have some proof against that.
Well,
Standing
cast
there
the spell
admiring
magic
your
on your
artwork
art
on the
piece.
wall and it
Well-
disappears.
But I don't think it makes the piece magical. It, you know,
Yeah, so I mean, there's some sort of quantum entanglement going on, but I wanna, I'll read up on that one some more.
That's it. It's not magic, it's science.
Yeah, okay.
it's the science of magic.
Okay. So Sega, what cool new stuff after the 12 days will you be able to do?
Well, I now have the tranquility thing, which means that anyone looking at me will have to make save versus wisdom or choose another target, rather than attack me. Of course, after I get violent or something like that, then I have to do a long rest before that comes up again. So, it'll practically never be up.
So it's not going to change anything.
That's not true. That's not true. I'm going to be running way, way ahead, and normally they just attack me out of hand and they'll probably not, and I'll go back and report.
It wouldn't, it was the archaeologist wouldn't have attacked you, right?
Those guards wouldn't have attacked me, and well, unless they made save versus wisdom. Of course, they always can do that,
Okay, so essentially it's a good stealthing around the city and poking your ass in places you're not supposed to be.
Yeah.
And
Of course, I got a few more hit points, and my AC hasn't changed, and I don't know if there was something else that happened. Let me look on the table. Okay, what happened at 11? Oh, wait. Yeah, my martial art die went up to die 8 instead of die 6. So when I actually use my hands, they'll be doing die 8s now. But I still attack with the staff or a sword because that's plus and it's got that extra lightning damage. So, well, there's a little bit more damage.
campaign. Yes.
Master of the Southwind monastic tradition features the towards tranquility. I'm not faster.
More key points.
Yeah, one more key point. And of course, all the level dependent stuff. Like I can reduce damage on a missile a little bit more, and
But suddenly it's not walking on air now or something.
no, I'm still walking on water. Jesus Christ, walking on air would be great.
Okay. Bibs, any exciting change from 10th to 11th level?
Yeah. I grow a tail. It's really cool. No.
Through a tail?
No, I was being funny.
But that was going to be really cool.
It was gonna be really cool though.
I like where this is going.
I gain it's called multi-tack. And I have to make a choice, which looks like I choose volley. So then I can pick it says I can take my action to make a ranged attack against any number of creatures within a 10 feet of a point I can see with my ranged weapon. I just have to have enough arrows or whatnot. So since my Hank bow can produce them, I would guess that should.
Well, yeah, I'll have to look at that specifically because the Hank bow can only produce the one arrow.
And well, it says I have to roll for each one. So I mean, when I have my normal attacks, so I don't know. But if
I don't know, I have to see if that works with the magical force thing already, because that's designed to split like regular arrows into a crowd of them, and it may not be able to work with the Hank bow like that. But
well,
that's
like,
something.
I don't know. Well, for this one, it sounds like I have to like shoot each one of them. So I don't know. Otherwise, the other one is a melee attack, but I think that I shoot more than I do the other. So
Well, I will
so
look
we'll have
into
to
that.
We'll have to look then and see. Otherwise, if it doesn't work, then I'll have to do the other one.
Oh, well, I mean,
Well, the other one
I'll be
just
able
looks
to make-
like it's the same type of thing, but with my sword, I have to pick a spot, and then if there's 5 people around me, I get to swing around and hit like all 5 of them.
I mean, it's just something I know I have to look at and make a ruling on. So
Mm-hmm.
this is why I like doing this sort of stuff where it's, we can clear up anything where, well, at least I think, man, okie doke. Did you get higher level spells now? Or you,
I don't.
or did it stick in the same level and just change the numbers a little?
I actually do get. It says one more spell that I get to know. So it looks like I get one more.
Okay, so meet with me online if there's any confusion about what that spell might have to be or can be, etc.
Yeah, it looks like I just get to know one more. So very nice. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
He's
Yes.
awesome.
Well, at 11 level, Ursa can now destroy CR2 undead, whereas before it was just CR 1/2.
Okay, no, that's good because that reminds me that I was going to evaluate 2024 Turn Undead, and I haven't gotten to it yet because Turn Undead is really pretty bad in 2014.
Yeah.
How many times have you used it in 4+ years, Dave?
I don't recall.
Once.
Yeah, I think so too. And how many times did we use it? Like the second D&D game ever. Dar and Cracky, pretty much every other thing.
And I think the only other thing to report is that she can now she now has a 6th level spell slot.
That's
Which
significant. That's
allows-
significant.
Well, yes, it allows her to cast things like Blade Barrier and create undead if she's feeling demented. Find the Path, don't know what that does. Forbiddance must be powerful because it costs 1,000 gold pieces in material.
Okay.
Oh.
Was there any change to the class abilities? I mean, like the special divine intervention sort of stuff.
No, that happened at 10th level. That
Okay.
was divine intervention was there. I
Yeah,
think it
well,
gives you like a 10% chance of something actually happening.
I see. Oh, yeah. I was going to look at divine intervention too. Didn't we talk about that as working pretty much? Yeah. There was that. Sorry, I'm not. I can't think very well. There was the notion of a limited and an advanced form of divine intervention, just basically doing any spell you wanted to sort of deal, as long as you knew it.
Isn't that like
Or-
the 2024
Oh,
version?
see, that may be I was maybe trying to evaluate that, but okay. Let me look at the 2014 version of that and see what that actually ends up meaning for you, Dave.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good.
I was thinking about the various versions. When we're doing spells, are we doing the 2014 or the 2024 version?
Everything is 2014 except for an occasional little bit that I've added in. If I haven't added it in specifically, it's 2014.
Just want to make sure because whenever I have to choose a spell, I got to choose which version.
Yeah, always go spells for 2014 because they've seriously fucked some up.
Hey, George, you're a little bit on the low volume side. I don't know if you can.
Am I now?
Now it's better.
I was just a little far away at that point.
Okay.
He sounded like he was leaning back to me.
And sometimes
Okay.
I do lean back and just sort of take a nap while you guys are arguing.
Sorry,
I
Squire.
noticed something else about this that you might have to look at because I don't know if this will really apply or not.
Okay, give me the note.
For it says starting at level 11, it's Bestial Fury, so it has something to do with Vogelfest. It looks like he would get potentially 2 attacks.
Yeah, I'll look into that. I mean,
But he's special, so I don't know if it's something else.
yeah, no, I think I rewrote the rules for what that beast does for you. So
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's the only other thing I just noticed that.
oh, that's good. Bestial Fury is kind of like the version of like flying claw and bite or whatever, you know, what they call it, tornado of pussy whipping or something. I don't know. Okay, George, you're multi-class, so basically you just get a little better as the bard, right?
Indeed. I got
Yeah,
a
it's
fifth
it's the
level
next
spell
it's
now.
the next level of bard where you get super.
Right. I did pick up a 5th level slot, which I didn't have before. And
Okay, what is the
trying to
fifth
think
level?
what else.
Yeah, what is?
Hold. I went with hold monster,
Oh, okay.
and
That
I
can be
swapped
quick.
out my invisibility spell for greater invisibility.
Cool.
It really needs the whoop noise, George.
Who can hold monster work on?
Anything,
No, no
unless
hit
it's
point
undead.
limit. So
I think
anybody.
I think actually the 2024 version can even work on undead, but the 2014 cannot.
And what kind of save is it?
Wisdom.
Oh, that's good against monsters.
Yeah,
It could
a
be
lot
pretty-
of a lot of bard spells are wisdom based.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, George.
Yeah.
Timidor,
I was.
you all.
Did we discuss swapping on a cantrip too? Right. I think if
I
I
don't
was
think that-
doing light, I had to do the wizard one. But
Everything in 2014 is based upon you can swap out a spell, and the wording is that it's got to have a slot,
Okay.
whatever that
But I-
was. So, I mean, cantrips. It goes against the whole idea of the cantrip, and your cantrip anyway was based upon a feat, the one you were talking
Right.
about.
Except I was thinking of another one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not keen on the whole idea of swapping cantrips. I mean,
Okay.
next edition, yeah, you can swap them after having a poop, but
Well, I
Otherwise
doesn't-
known as
thought
a
it's,
short rest.
maybe I was
It doesn't-
looking at the new one.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I mean, in
pooped.
the
I can now press the digitation. I'm done pooping. I'm back to flame blast. Okay.
yeah, I must have been looking at the newer version when it said you can swap them out.
Okay.
No big.
And Tibidor gets 6 level spells. Anything else weird?
Timidor gets 6 level spells. I haven't heard from the Frou yet what 6 level spells she has, so I don't know exactly which ones I'm gonna make. But disintegrate, I can disintegrate things now.
Oh.
So don't be pissing me off unless you got more than 75 hit points.
I
took
do.
In which
took a
case you get
short
pissed me
rest.
off. What?
Took a poop. I took a short rest, took a poop, and disintegrated.
I can disintegrate your poop.
Disintegrate my poop.
I can disintegrate 10-foot cube of poop.
I was gonna say
Ooh.
that only does 80 points of poop.
I just lost 30 pounds.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And I don't know what the other spells are gonna be because I don't know what Frou-Frou's got.
Yeah, I know. You can get
So that's as far as I know. I don't think he got. I mean, after a short rest, he gets back, 6 spell slots. So that's
okay.
nice.
Or it was 5, right?
Before it was 5.5 rounded down. Now it's and I don't I don't think he got any other special abilities because he's just his whiz.
Just this guy.
Someday we'll see a real wizard.
You're a real wizard.
Finally, we're
Harry.
gonna meet a real wizard.
That's right.
That's right.
And the 6th level spells that what's his name, Verasper knew that I have notes from and can learn these spells. There's Arcane Gate, where I can make 10-foot wide portal and another one 500 feet away, and we can walk through. I'm not sure how useful that ever will be, but it's because we could just like cast fly on that many people and fly over there. And there's that instant summons spell. Objects got to be less than 10 pounds and 6 feet long, but I can put a tagger on it. And there's programmed illusion he had, which makes spiffy programmed illusions if we ever have a need for such a thing.
Okay, maybe take about a 10-minute break.
Pee if you got it.
You have to pee, you should do it now.
I could generate for her spell. She's mostly conjuration, and she's only got a few 6th levels, so that may be about it.
My name is Dave, and I'm really, really awesome.
Heard that.
He's really awesome, yeah.
Just ask my backup singer.
Gonna let my puppy out. Apparently he wants to pee even though I didn't have to. How dare that?
Well, you know, that's what you got to take care of when you got a puppy. You got to take care of puppy. He's really awesome, yeah. He's really, really awesome. My name is Dave. Really, really awesome. What's the best 6th level spell to have if you're a wizard?
Site's dedicated to that.
Wizard. 6th level. Circle death, contingency, created, by flesh to stone, woven long ability magic. Sunbeam, tracing wall of ice. I don't know. Disintegrate sounds kind of harsh.
Well, it's not meant to be polite.
Yeah, well, I'm by harsh. I mean, it's hard on the bric-a-brac, the magic items they might be carrying. You know.
It doesn't affect magic items.
Oh, that's nice then. Chain lightning might be a good spell in combat.
It's good for normal people because it allows you to not hit people with your area of effects. But Timidor's got, you know, sculpting. So I don't know that he would
I don't know what
benefit.
Circle of Death does. Great Undead might be considered nasty, you know, not polite. Or,
I have
let's
that.
say.
I have that
Yeah,
because
okay.
Rasper has it, but I didn't bother to learn it.
Flesh to stone. Woven vulnerability, I don't know if you're that. Guards and wards, mass suggestion. What's Autolux freezing sphere do? Is just like a freezing ray, you kind of really lay some cold damage down on someone?
Don't know.
Okay.
Sunbeam sounds like it's good against undead.
Timidor, I used AI to help me generate some above 5th level that might be interesting. And she didn't get all the conjuration ones that I would like. So if you have some conjurations for her to trade, like Arcane Gate.
Why is it she only likes conjuration?
Well, my NPCs get experience bonuses by focusing on their main areas.
Doesn't she like got Wall of Stone and Rock the Mud or something? She's playing underneath and reshaping things.
She's got other things, but when she goes up a level, she grabs all the like conjuration spells she can. She has others, as I said. I'm saying she didn't get some conjuration ones that she would like. So she does not have many 6th level spells. She does not have disintegrate, for instance, but she's not leaping out for it either, or mental prison. But she does have chain lightning, but she does not have arcane gate.
But I do.
She's got things like conjure fey.
Conjure Fey. Is that a 6th level?
That's a 6th level spell. Yeah. She took Chain Lightning and Conjure Fey. She's working on something called Planar Ally. She doesn't have that one done.
I've got that one.
But she's got you got Planar Ally?
Oh, at 6th level, I do. I think.
So she's only working on that. She's got somebody's notes on it. And she's trying to learn it, or what? Or she's like
Planar Ally. She's got 2 6th level spells, and she's working on her 3rd. But she would certainly trade you Chain Lightning for Arcane Grip.
Dramal's instant summoning is also a con spell. Conjuration. So she can have that one too.
She actually has it in a ritual book. Sorry, I'm in the wrong area. Is that a ritual?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. She has a lot of those ritual spells were actually fairly easy to come by. People keep dropping them in combat. For her 5th level spells, she's got Animate Objects.
I have that.
I considered taking that. That's a 5th level bard spell.
Yes, it is. It's a 5th level wizard as well. Yes.
She's working on something called Steel Wind Strike, from Xanathar. She doesn't have it though. Otherwise, I don't think there's
Is that
anything.
a 5th level spell?
Yeah, Steel Wind Strike.
Oh, I can give that one to her because we got it in what's his name's book. Somebody's book. I got it.
Okay.
Where was it? 5th level. Steel from Craigie. Craigie's book has that in it. So she can have that.
Okay, it looks like she's got the hand spell. Big
Bigby?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that. Not called Bigby Hand.
Yeah.
Himmador developed that all by himself.
Arcane Hand. If she's working on something called synaptic static.
I looked at that one too.
Xanathar enchantment. But I don't see anything else here. Go down to 4th level. These look like things I've seen you hit. Evard's Black Tentacles.
Got that. I've never used it, but got it.
A weird one.
Wait, is that 4th level?
That's 4th level. She's got a bunch of the 4th level conjuration spells you might know. Summon Aberration.
No, I don't have that.
You got Summon Elemental.
And Summon Construct from Zortan.
Yeah, she's got all 3 of those. So if you want it, Summon Aberration.
Well, I can add it to the list of stuff that I probably won't.
Yeah, I mean,
Aberration?
Yeah, the aberrants or the aberration creature. It's page 109 in Tasha.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, there's probably some spells of yours you might have time to just copy.
Well, I think she probably will. Plus, I have 7th level teleport. That's a conjuration. I don't have it, but I've got Verasper's notes on it.
Oh.
So she can have that for when she goes up a level, if she ever does.
She can work on that with you. Certainly, that's her area of expertise.
Well, I can't work on it at the moment because I ain't 7th level, or I ain't got 7th level spells. But I have all the notes on it. From the dumbwaiter.
Yeah.
So did you paste the list somewhere?
No, in fact, I don't even have that list anymore as I shut that AI generation without having copied it. I'm sorry. Just trying to get something for you. But it's on the stream, if nothing else.
It's really awesome, yeah.
You could probably ask the AI companion too.
That's weird. It sounds like Doctor Who music coming through the walls. Is Joyce watching Doctor Who? That's strange.
She's been known to.
Well, maybe.
All,
So,
all women her age watch Tom Baker.
so what are we doing with Craigie and company? Are
That's
we
good.
gonna send letters to their people, letting them know we got them? Are we gonna like offer to take them there, or are we gonna just have them come get them, or what are we doing with them?
I offer a suggestion here. I mean, I know you were discussing about doing it or such, but you can put it up into official channels and let Sparta take care of it. And then they would cut you in for some share of the loot if stuff were made. But that's not that uncommon for the government to do this sort of diplomatic stuff, especially as these people are foreign nationals or whoever they.
These
So
people,
do they not want us dealing with them directly? Is that their preference that we just hand it over to them?
Sorry, whose preference? Your government?
The government, our government, yeah. So they go, don't be dealing with foreigners.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not during war time now, so they're not as concerned about that. I'm just saying that they're a resource that can handle things like ransoms and whatnot. If somebody were to ask them to ransom you back or something, that's the sort of stuff that they might take care of.
But I didn't know if we wanted to go there for adventuring reasons or.
Oh, well, certainly could be. I mean,
But you know, if we send them a letter just to let them know, hey, we got these debtors on ice, we can bring them eventually, or they might want to come here and pick them up quicker. I don't know.
certainly up to you. I just wanted to make sure that you knew there was a government agency.
They would take it for a cut of the loot.
Yes.
I don't mind doing that. We got enough to focus on.
You know, well, it just would be opportunities to go places, and John would go, "Oh yes, things happened on the way," or whatever.
Well, I mean, that's there too. Right now, you know, you're dealing with the bastion.
Yes, but mail can go even when we're not while we're dealing with a bastion.
Yes. But there's also sending and stuff between, like, you know, local officials that might expedite such things.
They know them, some of them foreign bastards, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you don't think it's anything you want to tag adventure things onto, that's fine. We can do it that way.
I certainly can. I haven't got much prepared at the moment anyway. So, I mean, I'm perfectly willing to do some of this stuff. I will figure out what needs to get done and work in this.
And you said you were going to tell us about the death chair and the moonstones.
Yes,
Moonstones?
I can buzz through that. It isn't awesome. I mean, it's the potential for adventures. I can certainly do some of that.
Yeah, but they were like just little, like individual adventures or something, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm going to spend some time doing a summary of that. It's the sort of thing you might just go, we're not interested. In which case you could sell off for some cash now.
So we should just wait for you to write up a summary.
No, I got a brief slide. So I haven't thrown it away. It's just I didn't get to actually prepping one in case it wanted to be done.
Well,
To be fair,
that's something we
yeah,
can
to
do.
be fair, I thought I'd have one of those prepped last session. It just, stuff is not happening.
It's not happening.
Okay, I'm going to share this, which is the basics of the chair and the opals.
The
And
chair.
this is stuff that Timidor. Did it actually share?
Not
Yeah,
It's
yet. Now it
working on
has.
it. There it goes.
This is stuff that Timidor has learned through casting the identify spell, because he doesn't know the spell itself, but being able to examine a spell in ongoing, the identify spell can learn quite a bit about it. You know, not like, you know, there's complete entry in that, but, you know, some stuff. So these enchanted water opals, you know, about golf ball and a little bigger size. Water opals are generally prized if they're really clear and free of a lot of colors and stuff.
Extra dimensional prison.
Yeah.
Did
Yeah.
we die when these went into the portable hole?
No, they're not of the type that is affected by that. It's
Okay. It's just the word extra dimension makes me sweat.
well, I was typing this up pretty quickly. It's a dream world. It's different than an actual dimension.
So the astral plane's a dream plane.
But yes, it's these opals are basically prisons that are designed to hold the spiritual soul type of a creature. It's a 7th level necromancy spell. It's used primarily for torture. It's capturing souls so that they can't go on to where souls want to or expect to go or are expected to go.
I'll tell Augie Daddy all about it. What's he think?
Okay, you're attuned to Augie Daddy. I thought he was one you had taken off. See, this is
Well,
where
during the month-long time, I don't necessarily keep this. But I'm not normally attuned to it. It will take a day if that's what you mean. Yeah.
yeah, no, I'm just saying that's the sort of thing where me having a quick list of I got these items and I'm attuned to them. Unless we're doing this, then I'll tune to this one.
Well,
Then
anyway,
I
you
can
continue with what Timidor found out for the first
Yes.
to begin with.
So the necromancy spell is used. It can target the same sort of situations that a raised dead can, as long as you have the corpse there and the spirit has not gone too far away from it yet. So if it's capable of a raised dead, they can target the same soul, assuming that they have access to the body. And anything that the corpse is wearing, if it could easily manipulate it in life, you can't put a chest of 150 pounds on them or something, but the body, the soul, and basically what they're wearing or their armor.
It
goes
says it says what they wore or carried when it died. So that means
when it died.
had
But
with it afterwards.
but it is possible to slip a few things in there. It's I got the more descriptive write up on the spell, but you can't add much. But the idea is to basically put them with something that is familiar to them, something that they had when they died, their body, their soul, and I'm going to slip this gemstone in too. Because, why can't? Why won't I? I'm able to slip a few small things in, but there's some restrictions. You can't, the sort of stuff you could mage hand, you could kind of put in with this. The realm that's created is a previous memory of the person you targeted. You can generally request what kind of memory you want to give them. I want them to relive the worst memory they've ever had. But you could be nice. I want to let them have the best moment of their life and relive that over and over again. And so once the soul is inside this realm, this dream state, they are in a cycle.
Do they realize they're in a cycle?
For the most part, no.
Oh, okay.
Like Groundhog Day?
Yeah, kind
No.
of something like that.
No,
I mean,
he
except-
realized he's going through it.
Except, yeah, they don't change. It's the same thing over and over again. Except it's not if you're the original caster of the spell, because you can fuck with them further. You can poke them with sticks every now and then. The trouble with that is, I won't get so much into it here, but the more you poke and tease them, and the more you try to fuck with their memories, because you can make their memories different. You can try to make them different, but it's a contest of wills. So sometimes if you go in there and poke around, they might poke back, and that can give them the ability to change their own dream a little in certain situations.
I'm just missing the purpose of this entire thing.
It's not a desirable thing. It's a torture device, but by making somebody relive a certain memory and then going in and altering the memory a little bit, people who cast the spell might be able to get them to disclose a secret that is otherwise hidden and kept from them.
Oh, well, it's like
The-
Doctor Who's watch.
Yeah, well, the original caster at any time, if they still have the ability, still have the opal, can just let them all out again. Here's the body, here's the stuff. so they can use it as a little safety deposit box for themselves, if nothing else. But, if they just let them out again and, the body's back to its decay and the spirit can go off to wherever it's supposed to go off again. If you're not the original caster, well, sorry, and also the original caster can cast the spell again when they're still inside there. And like I said, fuck with them. If you're not the original caster, like you guys, and you come across one of these things, you can basically not know who's in it, but the general idea of who's in it. And you can dispel, if you can dispel the 7th level spell. But as a consequence of the dispelling the dream world without releasing the contents in the prescribed manner, is the soul will get to where it's supposed to go, but the body and the objects don't come back and they don't come out. So they're just gone. Sometimes people will put people in these opals and dispel it deliberately so someone cannot be resurrected. It's not a well-known or popular spell amongst at least people with ethics. The magic stool adds some additional functionality. Basically, this is one of those death seat stools that you place over a dead body, you sit, and once a day you can do a speak with dead. That's its general purpose as a magic item. But it also has an extra ability, is if you load it up, there's little pockets underneath the seat with these opals, you can essentially astral project into the water opal.
Well, that's dangerous.
Well, it's dangerous in the way that astral projection is dangerous.
Well,
So you can do some
definitely.
research on astral direction projection. But yes, it is possible that some stuff can happen to you. Normally what happens in astral projection is, if you're killed on the astral plane, at least this wasn't the AD&D, you would just kind of shoot back to your body and go, oh, what a horrible thing.
Well, that's great, Mal, and we learned a lot.
But I mean, the purpose here is to go in and basically live their dream with them. You could do that with an old friend. You could do that as an enemy to help haunt them and change their memories a little bit. In this case, it would allow you, if you weren't the caster of the original opal, you could find the person and try to convince them to follow you out.
Is that something they can do, is walk out?
Well, they always have the ability to get out of this opal themselves. They just don't realize it. So what the person who originally cast it is doing is basically letting them out and giving them the knowledge to come out. So
hold on. Timidor is going to try and walk out of his opal right now. Was he able to?
I don't know. What did you roll on your wisdom check?
Wisdom check?
You got to do wisdom versus wisdom. And in this case, it's you versus you.
And
it's
in
all
order to
based
leave from an opal, so the person has to make a wisdom save?
Oh yes, but it's based upon the person who's also manipulating in here. So in this case, it's the same roll, and it's got to be better than the one roll.
I failed, so I'm still in the opal listening to this. Never mind.
I'm sorry I brought it up.
I don't know. Is this some magic item that we're planning on keeping because we have some use for it, or?
Well, there's some lore behind it. That seems like there's.
Here's what you got. You found 9 of these water opals.
And if
You
we
know,
break the opal, that doesn't release
you
the
know
soul.
that there's somebody inside. They used to be worth 1,000 apiece, but they ruined them with the carving for the spell. So you could get 250 gold pieces a piece, sell it, and I think it's something like 6,000 for the chair, and
But they have a trapped soul in them.
just be done with it. Yes,
Yes, they have a trapped soul in there.
And if we break the item, if we break the opal, it doesn't release the soul. It kills it.
yes. If the opal is destroyed or if the magic is dispelled, you will free the soul, but the
But you
body
won't get their goodies.
body
We
is
have to,
lost forever.
so they might have goodies, and we might be doing a good thing by releasing them. Is that what
Well,
you're saying?
you might be doing a good thing by releasing the soul, but you guarantee they can never be resurrected.
And is it
But with
possible
the
that there's
chair,
a real
But
evil
with
being
the
inside that we
chair,
can release?
we can
With-
lead them out and
Hey.
have their goodies, right?
Pumpkin,
With-
just
With
like
the
crazy
chair,
things.
you could, try to convince them to leave. Many of them will probably be quite insane after years of torture, but some might be in a, really pleasant state or whatever. Yeah.
I
You
thought you
go-
said it
you-
just repeats each time and they don't realize they're in a repeating
Yeah,
thing.
why
Why
be
would it
insane?
make them any more insane?
Well, because there was the fuck with you part that I talked about, where the caster could cast the spell again and go in and try to force a change in the spell. And if
And then does that change stick for subsequent cycles?
yes, that there's a
Okay, so somebody could have made
Hey.
them insane.
yes. Well,
Oh shit! What did you do?
also saying that it's a wisdom conflict. So if somebody was coming in here and poking the bear like every day for hundreds of years because they got nothing fucking better to do, there would be lots of rolls,
No.
and each time, the caster might have succeeded, but if he's being attacked, the victim inside might also succeed and gain some consciousness, whether it was true or not, and their reality would be warped and their psycho is warped. So they don't have the existing memory. It might not be the same.
so with the chair, if you free a soul, does the body and possessions come back?
Yes, everything is spewed out of the gem where the gem is.
As if you were
The
the
soul-
caster.
Yeah, the soul will then, depart immediately. The body will start aging as normal from that point because it's in a kind of suspended.
There's not a resurrection window after you spill them out.
Yeah.
Well, yes.
Is there-
I mean, then you're back to that mode again. You could
Okay.
possibly raise dead. They're essentially getting a not with. I always think spare the dying, but
Gentle repose.
yeah, they're getting a gentle repose the whole time they recycle.
But this ain't gentle. This is a not gentle repose.
Yeah.
There's no bodies that we could ever bring someone back anyway, unless we wished for them.
But
No,
no,
why
the
do you say that?
No, the bodies are stored in there with the souls, with some
Oh.
items they died with, and potentially loot that somebody or secrets or
Oh, I thought we were maybe going to release some souls. You're saying we can actually resurrect some people?
Yeah, maybe.
You could if you want, or you can just get the good.
saying the chair is a possibility. But it's a little adventure. You might have to solve a puzzle for somebody. The idea behind it was, somebody gets sick like me. I can't really do this tonight, but people showed up. Let's assume I'm okay or George is okay. And it's like, well, we can't do it tonight, but we could do one of these little mini adventures. And yes,
if they're insane, getting popped out and resurrecting is not going to make them uninsane, right?
no.
Okay.
Don't we have spells that cure insanity?
Well, there's, restorations and stuff. So yes, right now you could sell the chair and the stuff and just be done with it. you could dispel this, souls and go, okay, yeah, it wasn't meant to be for you guys, but at least you're not trapped in these old. You could hang on to the stuff for like, we're bored. Let's do one of these. Also, just as a little side bit, it didn't have to be just one person doing an adventure. You can kind of watch and people can do buffing spells if they're touching your body in the chair, things like that. It's like, oh, George, asked him to do this. Here's
People can
bardic
watch.
inspiration. Say again.
Other people can watch what you're doing.
It's not like a complete TV show or stuff, but the sections of the oval that have been like kind of divided by the runes. Yeah, you can glance at it and see like little pictures of what's going on. You might be
So, I mean, if we cast
expecting to go in
telepathic bond before we go in there, then the people outside can be like connected.
I believe the psychic bond will work through the astral projected, but you got me thinking I have to research the astral plane earlier in the week and see how it's supposed to work these days. All righty, that was the idea behind the opals.
And these people in there are currently cycling through their nastiest things, or it doesn't happen unless somebody pokes them.
No, they're just kind of reliving their memories. So
And
it
does it
could be
happen in real time? So the longer we wait on this, the more suffering they go through.
The time in the opals is definitely slowed down. You'll find that out. That's part of the preserving the body and stuff in there. Just time will move a little differently inside and outside. So yeah, it's not like it's day in, day out. So, if they were in there, a week, for you, it might be an hour or something for them. I don't think the concept of time in the previous editions of the astral plane was that time actually flowed at the same rate, which didn't make too much sense.
Differently,
Which didn't make too much sense because, like I said, you'd be in there and then you'd come back to your body, and it's like, yeah, we watched the whole thing. It's like it's been days.
So we have to spend days if we want to go in there and talk to people.
No, for you outside here, it may not seem that long, but yeah, it might seem like days to the guy inside, or not, because it's I will read up on everything 5th edition thanks to the astral plane. But it's definitely mind stuff. It's not the same subjects of time. Damn, is that a python sound?
Yeah, that
It
is.
is.
It's mind.
Deja
Amazing.
vu. Just
Amazing
like the
how
people in the pearls.
I haven't
Not
watched that
pearls.
for years, and yet it's so distinct.
It must be from somewhere else. I doubt they made it themselves.
And what's the
Alex.
chair? What's the chair worth?
I believe it was 6,500.
You mean the opals and the chairs and everything? 6,500?
No, just the chair.
Oh,
The chair was a low end, very rare item, or rare.
it's worth that much because of the opals, or if we
No,
use
as
them,
it's-
or-
Because you
As
can
its
talk to
standard
dead.
use, as its standard
So we can
use
do
of
all this
being
stuff
a
with
speak
opals.
with.
sell the chair later. Speak with dead. What level is a speak with dead spell, Dave?
Third, maybe.
Could be third, yeah. Let's check it out.
So
Yeah,
how much
and
would that cost?
It's not like something you're gonna carry around unless you got a portable
So
hole. or something.
once a day, you can like sit on top of Granny's corpse and ask her. It's like, you sure you said that Jeannie could have that dress? Yeah.
Yes, third level.
Well, then I think you're limited to not talking to Granny again for 10 days or something like that. But yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't say that, but okay. Well,
It does say that
Speak with
on
Dead
the,
says that.
Kind of speak with dead spell, yeah.
for that one, yeah. Once every 10 days.
yeah, I don't know if that's worth, 6,500 gold pieces to have that in your portable hole, but it's convenient.
It looks like it folds up.
It does fold up actually.
I'm saying it's a service you can offer people and make money on it. It's like, you want to talk to Granny? Let's go out to the cemetery and sit on her grave and ask her a question. Pay
Yeah,
us.
the groundskeeper keeps it out, keeps the chair out there in the shack.
Groundskeeper Willie.
How close does the body have to be underneath it?
Yeah, do you have to actually touch the body, or can it be like 6 feet under?
I believe I was using the same range as Speak with Dead, which might be touch.
It doesn't say something stupid like a corpse you can see.
Well, the corpse is going to have certain conditions, yes.
Yeah, it's got to have certain conditions, but do you have to see it?
Whatever Speak with Dead is,
reads the spell.
Okay.
except I was giving it the range of at least, my thought was that you would put it over their head and squat on them, as long as they fit under the chair sort of thing. But you Speak with
10
Dead
feet.
On
a
anything.
larger range.
10 feet.
10 feet.
Speak with Dead, 10 feet. See, so you can stick it on the grave. See, this would be a great item. You could make a lot of money off this thing. So,
Of course, it
Yeah.
might be kind of hard for them, hard for you to hear them under so much.
Well, I mean, at the going rate of buying spells from, NPCs, characters are like the level of the spell squared times 10. So I think 90 gold pieces if you want to buy Speak with Dead.
yeah.
As a
You
quick
start
read,
offering,
I
you
would say
start
just because the
offering for
corpse is answering
25
you,
or something, you're going to get takers.
or just because the corpse is answering you, you won't be able to hear it if it's 6 feet under. You're gonna have to dig it up.
I don't know. Is there spells that can let you hear things 6 feet under?
You mean spend even more money just to listen to something 6 feet under?
There
Like,
is,
So you don't have to
like
dig them
clear
up.
audience or something like
yeah,
that.
clear audience.
Yeah, so you don't have to dig them up. Extra cost. But do they want to dig up grammar, or they just want to ask a question? We offer the complete service. I'm saying somebody can make money with
We
this
could
thing.
bury her, we could dump her, we could eat her, or we could squat on her. You could talk.
I have to look into how
Be
you can-
clairvoyance, third level. You can choose seeing or hearing. Yeah, if you know where it is, you can listen in like that.
Anyway,
Yeah.
the
So there you go.
basic idea is I thought it might be fun for me to write little weird, mystery plays or something, or mental puzzles. And
This is more of a play by email kind of game.
yes, it's like, or maybe George is free one night and it's like, yeah, I'll film that. And then anybody who wants to watch the adventure can watch it. Side quest. It's a concept I thought I'd throw out there.
In the meantime, it's one less chair we have to buy.
Eight.
Oh,
So then we've got like lots of dragon bits and stuff like that that's going to be put on hold until we can decide like what to make out of it and divvy it up that way, or
well, we can jump ahead.
You already said what can be made out of it.
Yeah. But I'm just
But we're
saying,
still trying to get the Bastion stuff online and whether or not.
yeah, I don't got much left in me today, but I want to set up the next adventure. So those of you who want to strategize about it, before we actually do it.
I have a question. How long does it take for these bastions to come online?
Well, I was thinking we was just gonna get it done, so I don't have to
I
think
thought
about
it said something like 11 days, 12 days. He said, the Bastions come online and like, I saw something written there. It said that.
it. I mean,
Where did you see something written?
let's get some online tonight. Maybe
No,
not.
I meant for the characters, what date do they come online?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we're doing the training time, and these things would be taking place during the 30 days of training.
Yes. So I'm asking, how far into 30 days of training do these things come online?
Well, I'm thinking pick 2 of them, and they'll come on right when you guys get home, before you even start training.
And then the next 2, and then my
And-
brother 2 weeks later.
Well, yeah, and basically get another one online. Let's see, these are 12 days, 30 days. If we treat them like 4 weeks, in let's say halfway through your training, you can get the other 2 online.
Yeah, that's what I said. 2 weeks later. All right, cool.
Okay, I kicked around an idea. It occurred to me the other night, because I didn't like the way, I was trying to look at this as the queen is setting up a distribution system. So there's only like so much magic stuff to go around. I'm trying to justify the 75% rolls and not have to think too much about it. And then when I started crunching numbers, numerical analysis, the only math I was ever really any good at. I just was like, no, every customer is going to go for these 2-week jobs because they want to guarantee that they get the materials. And so everybody's going to be ordering and the queen would be running out of stuff almost immediately. So my idea was that everything would happen in the 5-day units, which sucks if you want to make a 10-day unit. Whereas, I don't want to go into those numbers or stuff, but I came up with, I think, a counter idea in that there would still be every 5 days to match it or with the bastion turn. In my world, it means every 2 days. But
2.5.
no, it's 2.5 work periods in a day. So
Yes.
2 days is 5 work periods. So I'm just going to go with the idea of 5 work periods is a week on this world. There is no like we work 5 days and you have 2 days off, the 7 days that Xanathar talks about.
I thought a week on your world was 10 days.
I think a week is 4 days. I'm sorry, my brain. I had my numbers before.
I thought it was 10 Earth days.
Yeah, it's 10. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's 4 days. 4 days. 4 days is a week. So
4 Johnny days is 1 Johnny week. And that's 10 Earth days.
yeah, I guess I was making the because most everything here is based upon 5-day work week things. The bastion rules. It's like you get a bastion turn, you can do 5 work periods of stuff.
Well, my thought of Bastion turn was 1 week.
Well, here's what I'm going with, or here's what I think I should go with, because this was the idea I thought would make everybody happy and it would work out smoothly. Is that the Queen gets her distribution centers. It's not a bazaar where people come by and shop for, this or that, because they can't do supplies like that. It's got to be all based upon pre-orders and stuff. I want this at such and such time, and then they do what they can to fulfill it, and they come one day with guards, and here's all the shit. And they maybe didn't get your stuff that week, because that's the shit of the 75%. They did everything they could, but it's not delayed. We ended up buying like fake shit. It's spoiled. It was stolen. It was embezzled or whatever. So every one of your facilities that has a chance at getting materials, does it 75% roll. I either got them or I didn't. They're not coming. They're not delayed. There's no other shit there that I can do instead. This is the item that we were hoping to get. We didn't get it. We order again. We hopefully we get it next week. It's going to happen to everybody, and it's going to happen consistently. 25% of the time, stuff's going to be. You're not going to get it. But this sucks if I do it and you lose, like, well, I ordered stuff for an uncommon item.
Luck rolls won't help, huh? Hey, I was lucky you had it.
And luck rolls don't work either. No.
Okay.
But it's just like, well, I ordered 2 things, magic for 2 things, and I didn't get it. Well, I should order right away. Well, the numerical analysis of that ends up being that those people who order the 2-week loads all the time get such a competitive advantage, but they also get screwed because they have to wait, until they have all the materials they need before they can start crafting, because that's set up in the rules. It's like, you need to have all the materials you need. So I can't do things like, well, half the order came, like might have happened down at the Red Owl. We got half.
Are there many things that we can make that require, like, multiple?
Well, any uncommon object needs basically, 10 units, and the common ones need 5. And I want to set up
Units.
systems so that you get a packet of 5 every 2 days. Every 2 days. But my suggestion to changing the magic crafting system was that I was going to turn uncommon magic items into 2-stage creations, where the first stage is you're basically making the object. And the second stage is you're enchanting it. For uncommon objects, you just use 1 stage. Like, it's enough to just build it out of mithril.
Common, you mean?
Common objects.
Yes, you just build it out of mithril, and there you go. You're done. Or here you go. Here's a mithril sword. You spend your 5 days enchanting it so that it holds on to magic. So basically, craft, then enchant. And if every uncommon object is set up this way, so it's a 2-step process, then the idea is every 2 days, everybody orders their 5 days worth of stuff. You can build a common item with it. You can do 1 stage of an uncommon. You can divide it up into, 2 second-level scrolls worth of stuff. Everything measures up into these 5 units if I give them out every 2 weeks or every 2 days. And then if people end up with fractional stuff,
Two Johnny days.
yeah. So if people end up with fractional stuff, it's like, ah, shit. It's not like I lost all of my units at one time. And this way, people don't often also monopolize the system by, I'm building nothing but uncommons. And if I don't roll 75%, I get it next week. And that really skews how much material is being used. Like, here's a bunch and hardly any, here's a bunch. Everybody wants it at the same time. But if everybody is consistently getting 5 chunks or they lost their one, nobody's out, more than a week when they don't get their shit.
And by week, you mean 7 days, or you mean a
Well,
5 day downtime?
The bastion turn, I'm sorry.
Okay, and how long is a bastion turn? If
I think it's going to be
if you're dealing in 5 Johnny Day or 5 Earth Day spell crafting chunks,
Yeah,
how long is a bastion turn?
I think I'm going to make it 2 days, in which case you'd be spitting this shit out. Is that too fast?
Well, not if you're only
Might
allowed to
be.
make common item every 2 Johnny days. That's the normal rate.
Yeah, but and then, but this way you could get your uncommon stuff and make it during that first week, and then or the second 2 days, and then get your next batch and finish off your uncommon on. Does that make sense?
Not to me.
Well, if everything happens in 5 day chunks, including downtime, if you miss a roll, then it'll all work out fine. It's just you just gotta, like, 1/4 of the time you gotta skip a acquisition.
Yeah, in which case you don't have to roll. You could take your chances. I just didn't want to do the, I rolled and I fucked up on a 2-week order, or it's like, so let me order next week. While the other people
It's
are
not
going, hey, fuck
terribly
him.
complex for something that I don't
He,
understand why you
he
do
was
that.
already getting extra, and you're going to let him, do a week ahead. He was supposed to wait a week because he got a 2-week order ahead. It's just.
No, I mean, in the long term, it'll just all even out if you just say, you get to make stuff for 3 5-day weeks, and then you got a time off for a 5-day week.
I'd rather do that rather than actually make the roll. Just say,
I don't want anyone to make the rules. I just want to go with the 75%.
I mean, on a short term, if you're making rolls, you could get lucky or unlucky, but over the long term, it's just like 3 weeks on, 1 week off, 5-day on, 1 5-day off.
Yeah, and I
during
thought
the
I'd do
5-day
it.
off, do you make nothing or do you make just mundane
You make
stuff?
mundane stuff.
Make your mundane stuff.
So
my only real change here was to not screw over the people who didn't get their 2-week orders, and not only can I wait, whatever. It's just.
But you said we can wait, because earlier you had some rule about how magic item production can't be interrupted or something.
Well, that's
I think you
not
just
really
not-
my rule.
not then begin your magic item until
No,
you
but it was a rule that you said you were going
Yes.
to use, some Xanathar rule, I think.
Yeah, but that's a generic rule for crafting. My solution around that was just uncommon magic items are a 2-stage process now. Rare items are probably a 4-stage process.
Which can be done with gaps in between.
And this lends a lot of credibility now to the idea of why some of the CR stuff is working, why a master craftsman can work specifically on something, and then somebody could maybe buy a whole bunch of swords ready to be enchanted, why the hags want to use magic items after they move the magic from them. It's like, hey, I got that item now and I can re-enchant it with something else. And
so all weeks are 5 days, 5 Earth days, 2 Johnny days, and You spend 3 weeks doing magic stuff and then 1 week off,
There is one exception to that, though.
which is
There is a mandated law. There's a national holiday every 36 days.
it's in the noise. That's fine.
Yes, I'm just saying the only people who work on those holidays are the people who basically took the day before or after off so that
But
they
you're
could
saying
be.
we're doing all this bastion stuff after our training is done or during the training.
No, some of it can happen right now.
Yes,
It's like
we get
here's day one. I'm going to start training, and two of my bastions are up and running.
We've got 4
Okay.
weeks. We've got 4 weeks of doing stuff. One of which has to be blank. One of which has to be mundane.
Yes,
Fine.
Pick whichever one you want.
ideally, the best one to probably go mundane is this first week, just to go, okay, this was them getting set up. You know, and then just take 2 bastion weeks.
Now, by going mundane, are we just going to say we've got a set amount of gold that we're getting off it, or?
Yeah, they
Well,
they make their regular stuff, which is like
You
worth
get
5 gold pieces.
in 2014. You craft stuff with a selling price of 5 gold piece every day.
Every day? Okay, every day.
That's the
No.
selling price, of which I assume you got to pay for half of it for material
Just
costs.
25 gold pieces for 5 days, or essentially a week or a bastion turn.
I mean, yeah, that's the
25 would be the
general.
selling price. You got to pay for the materials to make it, though. Half as much.
And then there's some taxes involved.
And there's investments involved, like for storage facilities, you got to invest 2,000 gold pieces.
That
I mean, I can work with you individually, you know, to go here, set me straight. What would my bastion do during this time? But we're going to give you 2 weeks, you know, where the second one starts. But you're going to get like 3 bastion turns that are positive for 2 of your places.
Yes. 2 of them we can
Well, I
start.
guess
right away.
it's,
2 of them we can start in 2 weeks. So you'll get 2 bastion. You'll get 3 weeks of 5-day item making from your first ones, and you'll get 2 weeks of item making out of your second 2, if they make items that use the craft items.
Yeah.
Some facilities don't do that.
And if you want an uncommon object, you know, just, you know, take 4 days or whatever.
So like timid
as a party, are we going to process the dragon bits for whatever bastion facilities can make them, and then share alike on that? Or how do you want to do that?
We can do that later.
We would divide up somebody who wants to make the item has to buy the stuff from the party.
Are there any rare potions to be made from this dragon stuff, or is it all uncommon or
I
common?
think it's all common or uncommon.
Okay.
He said
Have a look at the potions.
he said fire breath and potions of protection. Those are on the
But
uncommon.
I wasn't looking at rare potions.
Well, there's only so much CR worth of stuff we can get out of a dragon.
Well,
Yeah.
I understand, but I did not
What
look
does
at
CR
rare
stand
potions.
for? Challenge rating?
Challenge rating
But
or
I can
cost
easily go to
residual
items.
for making up the difference between the sane price and what D&D wants.
Okay, and potions, you can make really rare ones as well.
If you spend the time.
Okay, so let me just go through the rare ones. Health, etherealness, clairvoyance, frost giant strength, gaseous form, heroism, invulnerability, mind reading, stone giant, superior sharpness, flying, invisibility. None of those look dragony. So,
And it takes like 50 days, well, half of that, 25 days to make a rare potion.
okay, let's go through an example. Tom can
An
lead.
example, Timidor, for his first item to be made, he's making a +1 cloak of protection. This will take 2 weeks.
Let's skip the term week and
Okay,
just
5-day chunk. What do you want to call the 5-day chunks?
we'll call
Bastion
them,
turn.
let's call
Called
them
chunks?
turns because they're bastion turns.
All them turns.
I like it.
It's gonna take 2 turns for him to make this thing. And then he's gonna put that facility on downtime and probably not doing any crafting, because by then it'll be ready to move all their stuff into the main bastion. So he's gonna use the week off for moving shit. And then the time after that, he'll make something else for the following week. I don't know yet. What did I have on my list?
Okay.
Then the next week he'll make dust of dryness.
Now let's work with this one. He wants to
Yeah.
make a +1 cloak of protection.
Oh, this is the workshop. Sorry, not the arcane study. +1 cloak of protection.
Okay, we're not going to do any rolls in this case because he's using the straight 75%, which is what I recommend you all do.
He's just going to do 3 weeks on, 1 week off. But for this first thing, he's going to do 2 weeks on in the workshop and make a cloak of protection. 2 chunks on, 2 turns on, bastion turns.
Okay, now.
And then he's going to have to pay for that 3,500.
Give me just a moment here.
All right.
John, I want to make a +1 cloak of protection in my bastion. I will, take a look, and I'm using the same magical prices as my guide, but I don't always believe in them either. Okay, so they list the cloak of protection at a selling price of 3,500. Now
Correct.
I know one of those sold in the campaign for more because there was a bidding war on it.
Well, what you can sell to a bunch of adventurers and
understand.
have a lot
So,
of
I mean,
stuff is.
It's not too unreasonable, the selling price of 3,500.
I mean, if you go to, I assume this means if we were to take it to that marketplace, that auction place, we would get like 3,500.
Yes,
At least.
I'm trying to explain it for those who haven't thought this process through.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so that item normally sells for 3,050 gold pieces. Now the
3,500.
bastion, okay, 3,500.
Correct.
The bastion is good at producing something that sells for 400 gold pieces. So that's the price in 2024 for a uncommon magic item, right? 400.
Yes, 400 for an uncommon magic item.
We'll get to it later, but that 400 you had to pay 200 gold pieces of materials for.
Yes. In standard D&D, you pay 200 gold pieces for material and you end up with a 400 gold piece uncommon magic item.
Okay, now in my game, I look at that and I go, there is 3,100 gold pieces unaccounted for. Between the difference between what modern D&D says it would sell for, 400 gold pieces, and what I've been previously using, that it's 3,500. So I'm saying on those cases where you want to build this object, that there is some special goodies available if you're willing to lay out the 3,100 gold pieces yourself before you start crafting. So you bought some special goop for 3,100 gold pieces. some of that which helps you craft the item, some of that which helps you enchant the item, and turn it into a +1 cloak of protection that will eventually sell for 3,500 gold pieces.
And 200 of that is profit.
Yes.
And pay taxes
Your
on it.
bastion, your bastion made the object and you made 200 gold pieces in the process. Now, forget about that 3,100. You know, that doesn't figure into it other than you had to back that much money into it. And you'll get that 3,100 back again
If you
when
sell
somebody
it.
buys the item. But you can't do this unless you add that 3,100 seed money.
Correct.
That's your investment. You can't do this without that, and without a bastion, and without the 200 gold pieces worth of materials.
So Timidor can make one of these. Timidor
Stop
cannot-
3,100 worth of
Timid-
material?
Timidor can make one of these. Timidor does not have money to make two of these because Timidor has just written up his spell books and everything, and so he's poor again. So he can't make two of them because he does not have the upfront money.
Yes. If Dave, how much upfront money does Ursa have?
She's got about 8,600.
Okay, I recommend you don't even have to really think about the CR numbers in any of these equations. As long as you've got like a chunk of cash, you can just sort of set aside and go, I'm using this when magic items need to be built. Does that make sense? Because as long as there's money there to pay for that special goop, when you sell it, it'll go right back in your special money pile again. So the next time you need it,
If you
the
sell
next
it, but if you're taking the magic item for your own, you don't get that money back.
yeah, but if you're going to keep the item yourself, that money's gone.
Except you do get 200 gold pieces of profit.
Okay, and there's one more thing. Whenever you make profit, in this case, 200 gold pieces for Timidor, 10% of that goes to the queen. Because she's funded all this whole stuff, and that goes to pay all the local taxes and help pay for the hirelings that are working for you, etc. So Timidor, to make this, first of all, he needed 2 weeks of time in his bastion.
Got it.
No problem. He needed 3,300 gold pieces.
Had it.
Because he had to buy the goop and he had to buy the regular 200 gold pieces worth of stuff. Okay. Now he's keeping it himself. The queen is being very nice on this, and she's not going to tax you, once a season or something if you keep an item for yourself.
He will pay his taxes
Once a
anyway.
season.
Now, basically, that means 20 gold pieces in this case do not have to go to the queen. You can pay her the tax if you want. But there will be a record of this because there's a record of the goop you bought. There's a record of the stuff you got at the station. And there's a record of the sale price. So the queen will look at that and go, oh, what happened to that 20 gold pieces? Oh, well, that was an item, Ursa kept for herself. How many of those has she had this year? Oh, okay, 4. That's fine. For a whole year. Dave, let's do one for you. Which will help make it a little.
I have a reliquary, allows me to make relics, common and uncommon from the relic table. And let's go for perioptic wound closure.
And let me stop you right there. You got the relic one? I thought I had you down as garden, greenhouse, workshop, and
I'm
sacristy.
sorry. Did I say relic?
Sacristy.
meant-
Sacristy.
Sacristy, which allows you to
Okay,
make
it's sacristy.
relics.
Okay, so sacristy. So this is an uncommon object, right?
Yeah.
Look up the price, John. Tell us what you charge for them.
It's wound closure. I think
It's
it's
like 5,000, I think.
it might be one of the spendy ones.
It is.
I apparently spent 3,000 on mine.
Periapter wound closure
5,000 is the current rate.
is what it says. Yes.
Healthcare ain't cheap.
Now, did Jim say I sold to him for 3,000?
That's what I've got.
Oh, maybe that was at an
I don't know if
auction.
it was standard though. I don't know what a standard does.
How is what you have different than standard?
I don't know. This one says at the start of my turn, if I'm dying or stabilize, when you expend a hit dice to heal self, do not roll 1 die 8. Instead, receive the maximum die amount of 8. After a short rest, add hit dice up to my level to a maximum.
How often can it do this?
Plus con bonus 3 equals 11 per dice. Often do I do what after a short
How
rest?
often can it stop you from dying?
Oh, that's continuous, but it requires attunement, so you know.
Yeah, but it's
Oh,
not
no,
one of
no.
those things that's
It's
got
not- it
3
doesn't have
charges.
charges.
It's not a charge.
It's not like work once and then you got to wait till Eclipse before it'll save you again. It
That's
saves
right,
you
that's
any
right.
damn time.
Any damn time I'm unstable, it'll stabilize me. Yeah.
See, that's nice.
Okay, apparently I set the price on those at 3,000 gold pieces. So I'll try to remain consistent. Now, your facility will be able to produce 400 gold pieces worth of this price. So you're going to have to come up with, 2,600 gold pieces to pay for some extra stuff that needs. It's probably a very special gemstone. You have to lay out 200 gold pieces to get the bulk materials. And if you want to keep the queen happy, basically you will get this object for 2,800 gold pieces after 2 weeks.
That doesn't give the tax of the queen.
Yes. If you
But-
give tax to the queen, that's fine. If you give tax to the queen, you don't tax the 2,600 because that was taxed before it was you bought it. You get it, you paid 2,600 for it, and you're not charging extra. You're just sliding it over and adding it to the cost of your item.
The
If you
deduction.
want to if you want to give the queen money, she gets 20 gold pieces. In fact,
this-
whenever you make an uncommon object, the queen should get 20 gold pieces.
The
You
standard
should
one
pay-
does something different. It doubles the number of hit points it restores. I don't do that.
So,
So,
you just
Basically, it's an after-tax profit of 180 gold.
you just take the item's selling price that John gives you, you subtract 180 from it, and that's how much you have to actually pay in the end for an uncommon magic item.
What did you say, Jim?
I said the
it is.
standard one says whenever you roll a hit dice to regain hit points, double the number of hit points it restores. And mine says you don't roll the die, but you add the maximum of 8. It might be better. Yeah, I think it'd be better. Unless you can get more than 8. How does this healing of hit dice thing work?
Short
Generally,
rest.
generally during a short rest, you can expend up to half of your hit die and go, here, I'm going to roll a die 8. I got that many
Okay.
hit points back.
So I guess the standard one says you double whatever you roll, and mine says you don't roll at all. You just add 8 for each dice.
Oh, nice.
That's better.
It's better.
No wonder it costs less.
Yeah. Well, I paid 10,000 for a +1 ring, which normally goes for 5,000, I think. So
That's because you had a bunch of rich adventurers next to you.
that's right. So what we end up paying for is not necessarily the going price.
No, that's
We
why
might have-
that's why what you paid for something, you don't enter into it. It's what John says the selling price is.
Well, that's
Now,
just it. I don't know where I got this. We might have had a bidding war for the perioperative wound closure, and that's what
that
we
was-
went for.
I know exactly what happened there. That was
Oh,
a
wow,
bidding
what
war in the party for that object.
Mm-hmm.
Or for the periop?
They wanted the +1 ring, I think.
No, the
No,
plus
that
one
was
ring
that was a big bidding
war.
war for the +1 ring. Yeah, I know.
Periop, there was no bidding war.
Well, I don't remember. Do you?
It doesn't matter. John says it costs for 3,000 now.
I mean, I
Three
try to be
thousand is the selling
consistent,
price. He just deemed to Dave.
and you could email Dave that information if it's different from the book.
But it's not really relevant now because all I care about is like the end result, which is the profit.
And yes, and
I don't know how much I need to set aside. I need to have at least 3,000 or 2,600.
I will
You're
work
planning on
through.
keeping this item, right?
We've been going about this for over a week and a half, or
Are you,
so. We've gone
are
through
you
this
gonna keep this
process a lot.
item, Dave?
What did you say, John?
No, I'm just saying, it's a really complex shitstorm, and I'll work through some examples in print, and it'll make a lot more sense to you. We've been farting around with this shit for a long time, arguing back and forth, but I think we got something that works. And so it's just a matter of, I'll help you anytime you want to build an object, and we'll figure out how to do it.
Are
And
you
after
going to
the
keep
first
it,
couple
Dave?
times, after
No.
the first couple times, it'll go, okay, now we kind of get it.
You're not going to keep it. You're going to sell it.
Yeah. So, John, the way I envision the hospital working is that probably the infirmary itself is not a profit center. It's like anything you charge people coming in will just pay for the facility and the staff. But the items created will be the profit center and probably get sold to the patients or billed
Okay.
to the patients.
Okay, so if you're going to sell this, the net result is you had to have that money available up front, right?
Yep,
But
3,000.
the net result is you get made 180 gold pieces.
Understood.
And
In
then
fact,
so for tying up that money for 2 weeks, you've made 180 gold pieces.
Okay, not bad for 2 weeks.
generally, as a rule, if you make you're gonna make 90 profit, or you're gonna make 180 profit. As long as you got a nest egg there, it's pretty much 2 days. Here's the money. 2 days. Here's the money. Right
What
now,
you can't do is you can't make a decanter of endless water
yes,
because that costs 130,000 and nobody's got that kind of money. So you can't make it, even though if you had that kind of money and the stuff was around, you could make it 2 weeks, but we ain't gonna know.
Not a standard one, anyway.
Well, I mean, come on, how short are we? So
okay. Now,
From 130,000?
now to do a different example of a Bastion special facility, we'll turn to Stroop and go, week 1, 2 days of your gaming den. And here's how easy it is for George. Roll percentiles, George.
$95.
95. Okay, roll 4 die 6.
$9.
He made 90 gold pieces.
In a week
Ooh.
or a turn.
Uh, in, in a fashion turn. Yeah. It's not a huge money maker, but it's always making money. And the beautiful thing about the gaming thing, it doesn't lose money and you don't have to have any money on hand.
And it
You wanna
just
do-
so
And there's no
happens-
25% failure, right?
Yeah.
Chance.
You wanna-
and he gets to do it every week. So
Yeah.
he gets to roll that every week. Whereas Dave made 180 in 2 weeks, so he also made 90 gold pieces each of those weeks. But
Yes.
there's going to be
I
there's gonna
assume
be
I
one,
still have to pay taxes.
yes, but there's
Yeah.
going to be 1 week off when he doesn't make 90.
Yeah. I mean, Stroop won't make as much money, but he doesn't have to have any money out, and there's never an off week. You know, so I mean, none of the items is like making a metric shit ton of cash.
You want to do a storage facility example?
Oh, well, the storage things, you know, can make some serious money.
Yes.
Well, at
That
our
would be one
level,
of them that I would do.
at
But
our
at your
level,
level,
they
not so
they
much.
make at our level they make 400 gold pieces in 2 weeks.
Wait, once you reach 9th level, you can invest up to 2,000 go. No, let's see.
Yes.
Yeah. So 2,000 and then you get
20%.
20% when you reach 29. So you make 400 gold? Oh,
You
wait,
make
you have to,
400
That's taxes.
yes, you have to spend 1 week doing this.
you
then
make
1 week-
400 gold in 2 weeks.
Less taxes. So
Right.
360.
I'm talking about your profit make, where you always owe the queen 10% profit. I'm saying you can make a profit of 400 in 2 weeks, so that's 200 in 1 week.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Plus pay the queen.
All right.
I mean, the storehouse is the moneymaker in these bunches, and it's not even up there yet.
What do you mean it's not up there yet?
I
At
mean,
high
at
level, they make a lot more.
17th level pulls in 100%.
Well, yeah, that's since everyone can make potions and we don't have anything rare, you know, I won't be making the laboratory now. I make the storage house now and the workshop now.
I mean, yes, these are money makers that are almost outrageous.
Hmm.
There ought to be a downslide, like they're victims to thievery more
Well,
often. something
that
like
can happen to any place in your bastion if you aren't careful.
Sure, but they'll target the ones that have more wealth.
Well, if they got to carry off bulk items from a warehouse, that's not as easy as carrying off a little periapta wound closure from your workshop.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
Okay,
But
so
I do have a workshop. I can make things, right? Like magic
Yes.
things.
By those same
And-
rules, but you can make anything that's on the implements magic item table, the common and uncommon magic item table in the 2024 DMG. Do you have one of those?
I'll maybe buy mine.
Does that
When I-
does that
when I
include
get the
like
time-
the magical tattoos?
when I
Because
get the
thought Brown
time, I will
did
just
that.
make you a list. And here's what you can make, George.
Well, I mean, I am planning on buying that stuff at some point. I just haven't
Yes,
done it yet.
No, I
I
mean,
didn't know if you had some like online access to things or not.
Oh, I probably could find it.
yeah, I don't want to encourage anybody here to buy 2024 because I don't like it. But just because
All right,
I'm
I won't.
using like origin feats for you guys, and I let you have those. And I
What
like
do
the
you need a
basic
list of?
Indian fashions. I paid like close to like I bought these things at discount, and I'm still paying like $40 a piece for.
You need a list of implements or what?
What's that?
What do you need a list of?
You know, whatever the stuff he can make in his workshop.
He needs
Okay, the implements.
the table that's on page, whatever, where's this page?
Well,
Well, yeah,
just
I'm not gonna give them those. I'm just gonna assemble the 2014 shit, so there's not, I want
Yeah.
this. It won't take
Yeah.
me that long. You just gotta like put it in a spreadsheet or something.
well,
Or-
just in my
or I
brain, I
could
was
just-
thinking like magical tattoos. I know there's some of those. I don't know if that sort of thing is included, but I thought that would fit well with my shop.
Yeah. Could be. I'll look it all over and then I'll go, here's what they got, George.
The magical
Okay.
tattoos from Tasha's is not in the 2024 list.
Oh, well, there you go.
So John will have to let you know what the prices on those are.
Yeah, I mean, we're using 5 core books in this campaign. The 3
The
Chef.
implements.
Xanathar. Anything else is not from any other system. It is considered a home rule.
I'm pretty sure I do have Tasha's and Xanathar's.
Yeah, those are the books. So if you especially Xanathar's, that's where they finally got a whole bunch of common items, which you would have loved at first through the 3rd level, but now you kind of go, I wouldn't wipe my butt with this shit. But it, it's cool stuff, and it's the sort of stuff the non-adventurers would go wild for and would actually buy. So it's more likely once the bastions are up and running that there'll be more demand for common stuff that the people can afford. Then
Yes,
there'll
I
be
do have Xanathar's and Tasha's.
Hey,
And I've just taken a picture of the implements table and the other table, which I will upload for you. But it's going to take me a bit because I got to go through my old computer.
Dave, in a moment, I will be sharing my screen again. I want you to take a snapshot of this screen.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so there you'll see that, you're working 8 hours. There's 2.5 of those per 60-hour day. The work week or 1 bastion turn equals 2 days or 120 hours for those of you who want a quick conversion, back to Earth. First day of each new season, 1 out of every 36 days is a national holiday. So no work on that day in your batches.
Why does CR say components?
This is
Days.
CR, is those types of components. Oh, well, why does I'm looking in the wrong place. Why does it say components?
Yeah.
So, these CR components, yeah, that was probably a type.
Mhm.
I've had a hard 8 days, man.
Yeah.
Okay, but the general base enchantment cost is up there above. So notice that you made, or example, you were making an uncommon magic item.
Mhm.
And so you see that's on the layer where it's like 2nd level, 4th uncommon magic item. So the base enchantment cost was $200. How many of those 8-hour work periods does it take? 10. Well, turns out there were 5 of them in 2 days. So you had to use 4 days to do this process. Now the quest component here is basically a range of, an easy way of thinking about it is like, I went and killed a CR4 monster. So if I got any useful bits from that, I could make maybe a 3rd level scroll. To make an uncommon magic item, you might need CR all the way up to an 8th level monster. Those will be for the more powerful uncommon objects. when you go, hey, can I make the paragraph of wound closure? And then I look in the same guide and it goes, shit, they want 5,000 gold pieces for that. That was probably one of those higher CR ratings. Now, that doesn't mean you got to go out and kill an Umber Hulk, but you could just pay a lot of money because somebody else did it. Or there's also the possibility now that you did kill an Umber Hulk and you took his gizzard home, and it turns out, hey, instead of selling that to Grenhay and making a few hundred gold pieces out of it, I can turn it into an item and make a lot of profit on this by using the CR component. Okay, now the only thing you have to look up to here is third level scroll. Because that's generally the highest thing that, if you made a scriptorium that they could make for you. I mean, if you went for that laboratory, I guess you can make very rare consumables. Speaking of consumables, let's just take a look at, let's say, an uncommon consumable and compare it with your uncommon magic item. Notice how it's half the price and half the time?
Yep.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where you're making something like magical arrows. You use them and they're gone. They don't cost as much to make. They don't take as long to make. But in a case like this, normally those sell for 25 gold pieces a piece. And if it costs you 100 gold pieces to make it before you get any profit, you feel pretty much like a chump if you made that. So in cases like this, instead of the CR number adding on, if it's far less than the production cost, I have these objects available to be made in batches. So if they recommend 25 gold pieces for a magic arrow as the selling price, and you have to put in 100 gold pieces to make it, you're supposed to get 200 gold pieces from your work. So in this case, you will make 8 + 1 magic arrows in that time and basically sell them for the same 200 gold pieces, or as it turns out, 25 gold pieces a piece. So if you want to make a whole bunch of sling bullets that are +1, I'll show you how you can make them, for a decent price. Sell them for 25, but you can make them for yourself for like 17 or 18. Okay, let's say you wanted to make a second level scroll. You haven't been making scrolls because you don't know Arcana,
Right.
which is a pisser. Well, that doesn't mean that if you wanted a, scriptorium, that one of your guys couldn't have Arcana and calligraphy tools. So that guy could make you a second level scroll. So in this case, it would sell for 200 gold pieces, but you could get it for 100 or 110, because you pay the taxes on it. But that's not bad. And somebody else then is giving you, or writing you up a restoration scroll for 300 gold pieces or something. Stuff you might want.
So are you letting the workshops and arcane studies and stuff, are you letting them make spell scrolls, or is that something only the scriptorium can do?
I really would have preferred it if their workshops and stuff didn't make potions, like if all that were done by the laboratory. Really like it if the scriptorians were the only ones who did the scrolls. You know, but obviously that's not their rules or their way of thinking. But, you know, that would make the laboratory much more appealing if other people couldn't make potions. You know, but there's nothing in the rules as is that, you know, as long as it's on the right chart that it makes, you should be able to make them.
And speaking of charts, George, did you get those two pictures I posted?
I did.
So they show the implements tables, which is what a workshop can make. And they can make common items and they could make uncommon, which runs over onto that second page. Which is still gonna have to, and I've got noted next to them, it's hard to see in the first picture because of the way the light's glinting off the pencil. But in the second one, you can see I've got A marked next to everything that requires attunement and S next to something that can actually cast spells, which is, you know, separate considerations. And the other one, and on the first page, those marks are there, but they're actually showing up as white because of the light reflecting off of them.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. So that's the stuff a workshop can make.
And I can zoom in and read them.
Yes, at your leisure, rather than having to buy the book just for that particular table.
Yeah. And I will also sum up some stuff I think you would like for your workshop to make. If not for you, as door prizes or stuff the actors might like.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to run through a bag of holding one
Let's
for
do
me.
another example. Suppose we had some dragon blood that can make potions of cold resistance, right? Because we got some of that. Okay. And what do those sell for, John?
I think they were 150.
I think you should look again. Potion of resistance.
Fuck. There it is. Oh, 300.
300. So a potion of resistance sells for 300. All right. Now that's an uncommon consumable magic item. And an uncommon consumable magic item in D&D standard would normally sell for 100. Right?
Yes.
Or is it 200? No,
yes, it
uncommon
would sell for 200.
Would normally sell for 200, right? Okay, so 200. But because we have, and normally you have to like have the material to normally sell for 200. So this thing sells for more than 200. So there's an extra 100 in there, which you either have to pay for if you don't have the goodies like we do, or that can be paid to the group for those goodies. And so using, well, we could just like make these things, well, assuming somebody wants to make them, they would like buy for 100 gold pieces, one of the doses of stuff you need to make this stuff. They would put in 200 gold pieces and they'd end up with a 300 gold piece potion, right? That then could be used by the group or sold somewhere or whatever, right? But we had to actually just put in 200 gold pieces to get 300 gold piece potion because we had the other 100 gold pieces of stuff.
In this case, the tax to the queen would actually be 30 gold pieces instead of 20.
The profit was only half of the 300. Or the profit would normally be 10 gold pieces on a 200 gold piece item.
Oh, yes. Yeah, sorry, I forgot that. I forgot this was a consumable.
Yeah, and in fact, I lied when I just now said you'd have to put in 200. You only have to put in 100 plus our stuff. So for 100 gold pieces, and then we got to give the queen 10. So for 110 gold pieces and one of our doses of stuff, somebody could make a potion of cold resistance for 110 gold pieces, and then the group can have it, and then the group could sell it. Okay, so we can get rid of that stuff that the group has by making stuff with them that then the group owns, and then the group can sell. Except I guess your Bastion made it, so maybe you should get some profit out of this.
Oh, yeah, generally in the past that you people would have sold this dragon's blood to people, and then that would be that much money. So instead, the player buys for that much money.
Yeah, so the player who makes this would buy it for the 100. Yeah, so the group would just get the 100. And then the player would have the potion that could be sold. So things can be worked out like that with the materials we have from the dragon.
Is that more money because we use our own facility then, or is it just a wash and there's really no incentive to tie up your facility with making objects?
It's more money. It's more money because you then got a 300 gold piece thing to sell, right? And you had to put in 100 gold pieces to the group, and then 100 gold pieces for normal stuff.
Well, the point is, isn't it that if we sold it to Grenhay, for example, we'd get the same amount of money, and then we had our facility make a generic potion which we don't care about and sell it, which we don't care to.
No,
exactly.
Grenhay, you make money as well off of it, not just off her, say, Bastion money.
No, Grenhay would give us 100 gold pieces for it, right?
Well, Grenhay won't. Well, I will do the exact number to say how much Grenhay will give you, but and that's how much the player should pay for it. But the player has got to make money on the investment.
Yeah, the point is, if you normally wanted to make a 300 gold piece potion, uncommon potion, it would take you 5 days to do that. And if it's going to sell for 300 gold pieces at the end, you got to spend 150 for materials, right? So you would make a profit of 150 plus you got to give the queen 15, right? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Except instead of costing you 150, right? You could use the 100 gold pieces of stuff that the group has, right? Pay them for that, and you get a little bit of that back because you're one of the group members. You get like a fifth of it back, right?
Yeah.
You get like 20 back, right?
So you ended up spending 100 instead of 150 for materials.
Instead of spending 150, if you get 20 back, you'd be spending 130, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You'd be spending 130 to get this 300 gold piece potion you could sell. So if we have the stuff, it can be worth it. That one's marginally worth it because it's like a potion. But if you look at winged boots, what do winged boots cost?
I was looking at those today. It was like 8,000.
No, it's 5,000.
Whereas-
No, winged, they're 8,000. See,
Yeah, whereas-
winged boots are 8,000.
There's boots of levitation, a rare item, were only 4,000.
Yeah, I know. These sane people are stupid. Anyway,
Well,
so
I
is that
think
in fact the actual price for winged boots, John?
No, I was thinking it would be more in line with the levitation boots because those two boots have about the same ability. There's some pluses and minuses between them,
Yes.
but if levitation boots go for 4,000, I think the winged boots should also go for 4,000.
And you were going to modify how they worked slightly.
Yeah, the charging up every 12 hours for 2 hours of your battery back. It's just nobody wants to track that nonsense.
All right. But you are declaring that winged boots sell for 4,000 gold pieces.
Yeah, and you probably get to use them 4 times, I think.
Yes, you will tell us how the rules are actually modified, but the price is 4,000 gold pieces.
Wait, wait, you
Yeah.
mean
Now-
4 times a day, or 4 times and then they're no longer magic?
Like
No,
4
no.
times charge cycle or something.
4 times
Yeah.
a day.
Well, whose day?
Yeah, well, whatever.
well.
Between charging periods of dawn.
I'll look at them.
Yeah, but the price is 4,000, he says. Okay.
The weird thing about them was the thing that they gave you, it says you have moving speed or flying, you have flying speed equal to your move. Whereas all the other versions say you have to actually cast a spell. This says you have flying speed.
Yes.
That's
And it's like a flying speed of 30, though.
Yeah, but that's a completely different animal. It's like
I know.
it's like it's always on. But if it's always on, then your battery is like going down.
Yeah.
Well, you can only use it for so many hours or something, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying can you turn it on? I mean, can you turn it off?
Well, let me read Winged Boots.
Yeah, it's just that weird. It's like an iPhone where you stop using it, but it's actually still on.
Well, mine is. But Winged Boots, here they are. Winged Boots in 2024. It says these boots have 4 charges, right? So it's not on until you use a charge. It regains 1 die. It regains 1 die for every dawn, whereas you would just say it gains all 4 at an eclipse. And it says, while wearing the boots, you can make a magic action to expend 1 charge and gain a flying speed of 30 feet for 1 hour. And if you're flying when the duration expires, it gently lands you at 30, at a rate of 30 feet per round. That's what the 2024 ones are like, and you liked that one better than some older description, as I recall.
Yeah, winged boots requires attunement. Uncommon.
Yeah.
While you wear these boots, you have a flying speed equal to your walking speed.
Yeah, that's 2014, which you said was stupid.
Well, no, I'm saying that, not necessarily stupid, but that's fucking on all the time.
Yeah, okay.
You can
And then
use the boots.
What else does it say? Yeah.
Well, you can use the boots to fly up to 2 hours or 4 hours. I like the idea of you can use the boots for so much time. No, but here it doesn't say, for instance, that having the flying speed is the same as flying. It's like you can use it to fly.
But you can only use it for 2 hours. So I think it really only matters when you use it.
I kind of like that. It's just I was having a debate. If I have a flying speed, am I not flying?
No.
Apparently not.
Arnie has a flying speed, but she can hop along the ground.
But I just no. I mean,
Winged boots are much
I
better.
know.
than
I
boots
know.
with
I wasn't
levitation.
off the ground, but I was wondering about, for the sake of the battery.
These are much better than boots of levitation. What do you mean?
They are much
You can
better.
use-
Yes.
You can, well, yeah, there's some differences with weight and stuff. You can use the boots to fly for up to 4 hours. I kind of like that. All at once or in shorter flights. So you could be using this all day, a minute at a time.
Right.
minimum.
Which is like, it's the same when it says you could got 4 charges, each will run you for an hour.
If you are flying when the duration expires. So this is only if you're in the air. So that should answer the question about the power running out. You descend. Okay. the boots regain 2 hours of flying capability for every 12 hours they're unused. It's not that bad. I don't know why.
Well, it's just, it was a pain in the ass to keep track of compared to just charges.
Yeah, but
I don't like the way it's written at all.
I don't like the way it's written either, but I probably wouldn't have done the recharge like that, but
Oh, you change all the magic items. I'd change that one too.
no, I don't change all the magic items.
A lot of them.
I
But
create different magic items.
Okay.
Correct. But when you said that, when you looked at the 2024, I thought you said you liked that better.
Maybe I'd have to look at that again. But what
Go
would that
ahead.
one say? What did that one say? You could use it 4 times.
You got 4 charges. Each one will last an hour.
Okay, and that was for a 24-hour day.
Well, 24-hour day, you get to roll die 4 to recharge.
Oh,
I presume on your world, you just get all 4 back at an eclipse.
okay. Well, sometimes I change the number there.
Well, that's up to you. But instead of 4 and 24 hours, and then you get a D4 recharge.
Yeah, it would probably be 5 or 6 in an eclipse period.
Whichever you like. But it costs 4,000 gold pieces, right?
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. Wait, does that one? Let me read that one again. Does that say they're always on, or you have to actually cast?
No, it does not say it's on. You got to turn them on to get the flying.
Okay.
Well, it does kind of imply that though. It says while you wear this, your fly speed is this.
No,
No,
that's the
24 does not say that.
Okay. I don't have access to that.
yeah. So if you have to turn them on, that's an extra turn you may not have. I mean that
Yes,
doesn't
it requires a magic action to turn them on.
yeah. So
And then they're on for an hour.
I mean that seems like it's probably easier mechanically, but
Yeah,
I
it seems simple.
I think there's going to be situations where you wish they were always on.
So, yeah, but the point is, it costs 4,000 gold pieces, right? And it's an uncommon magic item. In D&D 2024, uncommon magic items normally cost 400, right? What's the difference between 4,000 and 400?
3,600.
3,600. So the CR number in this case is 3,600. And you either got to go into town and spend that if John says it's even available, or if you're like us and you killed a dragon and you pulled out the flight bladders and you're going to like tan them flight bladder leathers and get their magic and make some boots, you got the 3,500 paid for, right? At least our group does. So we can make, John says 3 of these. I assume he means 3 pair.
Well, they are attuned as well, so
No, only
Semantics.
left feet.
Only left feet.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Half
but
of
and
you can
you
fly.
you got to pay. So we don't have to pay that 3,600 up front. All we would have to pay is the 200 up front, plus the group would be able to sell that stuff for 3,600 each for each of those boots, each of those 3 boots.
Can we sell
Right.
it just the materials if we don't want to spend that much time working on it?
What?
Can we just sell the bladder materials on the open
Yes.
market?
Yes, you could. Yes.
And would we make a lot less money? I mean, these sound like valuable things, and we don't really want to spend that
No,
much time making them.
Basically,
No.
the money that you can make with these objects, that's the money that the person you would sell it to wants to make with those objects.
I mean, the
Is that
So
four,
we can. So
No.
we can
minus labor, of which they would have to provide. So
Yeah.
you can make more money selling it yourself or making it yourself because you have free labor.
So it costs 200 in materials and labor to make this thing, because that's half of 400 is an uncommon magic item. So it's going to cost us 200 to make each of these 3 boots, and then we use up the materials, which we could have sold for 3,600, for each charge of material, each chunk of each pair of boots worth of materials, or we can just end up with 3 pairs of boots, 3 pairs of winged boots. That's going to cost us 600 gold pieces to make. Plus, we got to give the queen 60 gold pieces worth of profit off of those things. But we'll have 3 pairs of boots, which we can either keep and use or sell for 4,000 gold pieces each. And it's not an item that, I mean, a lot of us are tapped out on attunement, right? But it might be nice. Timidor would like to have a pair of winged boots available. You know, if we get in a situation where it's like worth, you know, spending an hour on a short rest and then get on the boots and then go and do flying things. You know. So, but the point is, we can make 3 of these things less the $600 of bastion cost to make them, and then sell them or keep them.
Well, it just takes longer to realize the full profit if we keep them.
Did they look pretty?
They got spiffy wings on them.
I want
I kept a
some.
little of the dragon wing leather to make the little wingy bits.
Actually,
The big
they
problem
might
with
be
these
better
items,
to-
of course, is that they require attunement, which means, you know,
Ogre Fest might want to chew on.
Well, that's the problem with any of these things that
Yeah,
are
a lot of
spiffy.
them. Well,
But it's like these may be worth having for certain kinds of adventures. It would be
I
worth,
would like them.
it would be worth giving up one of my attuned magic items so that I can be flying around at the moment.
These
I
are
have
the
plenty of them.
sorts of things that if you got to walk around in boots,
Mm-hmm.
you got to put on this winged pair. And even though I can't attune to it, that you know, when we fell down into that canyon and there was sheer stuff and we couldn't get out,
We could rest for an hour.
we just sat down and went into an elf trance for 4 hours and suddenly
yep, there's always that. You can always have more items like that on your person. And maybe even because they're magic, they're more durable than regular stuff.
So
I would want a pair of cool boots.
Timidor is going to make a set of winged boots for the group, but he can make a set of 3 winged boots for the group, and we can decide then as a group once they're done what you want to do with them.
That's true. That's true.
But I'm just saying that's what's going to get done.
I would buy such a thing. I think they're fancy.
And how many attuned magic items do you currently have, Kime?
I don't think I have any. Or well, the Hank bow, I guess, I think is
You got your Hank
attuned.
bow, right?
Yep.
So you could be wearing a pair of magic boots, all
I
winged
could.
boots all the time.
I could have my winged
I'm
boots all the
surprised
time.
you only got one attuned magic item, huh?
Yep.
Not everybody's like stocking up on magic items.
Hmm.
Timidor isn't because he can't afford it.
Well, I have magic items, just some they don't have attunement.
Yeah, attunement.
I've got to get one made, but it's not an attunement magic. I got to get a bag of holding made so I can readjust everything for John's notes of how I carry things.
Bag of holding costs how much?
Oh, 4,000 according to one thing, but I don't know what he'll charge, and I don't know if it's going to be 15 pounds or 5 pounds. You know,
Well, it's a 2024 item.
that's 5 pounds then.
I'm sorry, it's not a 2024. It's a 2014 item unless he
That's
says
15 pounds
differently.
then.
Yes, unless he says differently.
Does he say differently?
You'd have to ask him.
I am.
I've got no reason to switch bag of holdings, is there? I mean,
To switch bag of holding, they changed the description.
Is there something wrong with 20?
Yeah. 2024 kind of suggests that it's like 4 feet deep, 2 feet wide, 2 feet long. So there's less than
Doesn't
60
suggest, it specifically says it, which is stupid.
No, I mean, well, that's not that. So you want to go to that because that's what you want?
No, I'm just saying the one good feature there is that it weighs 5 pounds instead of 15.
But the size they give is much smaller.
Eat your pork chops.
But the description says that it can hold you can't put more than 64 cubic feet in it, and there isn't even
Right.
64 cubic feet.
Right, which you certainly couldn't.
Well, come on, no, that's obviously a mistake.
It is a mistake, but it's what it says now.
I'll look it over, but I would say, unless there's some like timing issue or, I only adjust the magic items based on like, charges and stuff.
Mhm. So then this one is going to be like one of these 400 cost 30. I got to pay like 3,600. Is that what it?
If that's what the same price is, I haven't looked at it.
Yeah, it's 4,000. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Then you would pay 3,600 plus the 200 materials that normally goes for an uncommon item. So you'd pay 3,800 for it.
3,800. Okay.
Not and unless you want to give the queen profit.
No, not on this one item. No, I can keep the profit back for once a season. This will be my seasonal object.
okay.
In which case you can get it for 3,800.
Yeah.
I don't have much left. I mean, I would like to set up the mission, but I don't really feel like doing the mission setup now. So I could certainly sum it up, but there's a lot of lore and pieces and stuff in there. And
Sum up.
Why don't you write a paragraph or whatever it takes and
I
send
mean,
us?
I did. You can take the snapshots. I would have preferred to like do the hag voices and stuff.
You can do that at the beginning of next time. Let's see what the sum up is.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's a lot of them. So take some screenshots.
Cool. Let's
I-
do.
They want you for a specific mission here, and the government is all for supporting these hags.
Woohoo!
So I'll give you the summaries. You can read the stuff.
Waiting over the. Oh, hello,
Take your
Haggy.
snapshot. I gotta have like 7 of them. Okay, so basically, after your training, it's going to be about 123 or so. So we can finish. You can talk to me.
We don't even get an extra week, or we don't even get an extra week or two off.
In fact, I think what's happening is they delayed them a little bit because you ended up being the team they wanted. A lot of boxes were checked. Let's put it that way. Okay, so it turns out the hags, and you've had a lot of favorable interactions with the hags, and favorable
We did.
for you and them. And as you know, they're doing some stuff up north, because of some
Fighting
weird,
a lich, right?
yeah, some weird.
Rich land. Wonderful.
Yes, so I mean, this mission will involve a lich. So that's
So I guess globe of invulnerability is the other spell I'm getting.
this is why I want to like.
Maybe Sunbeam,
Oh,
wasn't
you-
that against undead?
Hey guys, I can't hear the DM.
Yes, just you can ask questions later. Mainly I'm just going to give you this. Take a picture. Take a picture. Take a picture. There's going to be a few of these. Like, what do I got here? 7, I think. There's lore in here I want to expand upon, but you are called to Messer Sacks by Baron Bart. 3 of these hags have come down specifically to explain your part of the mission that your government has already assigned you to. So there's no convincing you. This is what the knights are going to do. And the 3 hags who have come down as representatives here, you have met 2 of them before. Auntie Kinsifter ran the tea room.
Oh, that's what I've been trying to get to.
Yes. In fact, at the start of the next session, there'll probably be even enough time for her to try something for you. That's just a favor. Okay. Also, well, she has had favorable relationships with you. The second one, Brenda, she likes the monk.
Mhm.
She was once, like nailed up on a cross, and the monk did some, knocking off some bullshit.
That's the one on the right, right?
That's the one with the headband. She's
Nice.
she also has some weird mixed feelings about the monk because in another realm, she is convinced that you killed her.
I did. Pretty
But-
sure.
But that be the case. And there's a third, the younger hag in this place, who you don't know. But the three of them have come. And they say they are representatives of something called the Ninefold, the Covens of Covens Synergy Sisterhood. And they taped on of Svarta land because they've made a deal with it. Okay, you're taking your snapshot. I'm going to move on to the next one.
I would point out that the one on the right does look like Michael Palin.
Okay.
It sure does. Poor man's Michael Palin.
And probably got to switch my share. There we go.
I switch my share.
And one of the main things that they informed Sparta of, which you've known some of before, is that while the world has been engaged in the world wars, other forces were also doing stuff unseen. The war was going on for quite a long time. I'm not going to go into the details here, but the main thing on this page, once you take the snapshot of it, is huge sections of land were added to the world that weren't there before. This has taken place while the rest of the world was preoccupied. So, in the number one spot, down there in the Rhine March area, that box there, that chunk of land did not exist before. So now that the war is over, these are difficult to reach places, even in the best of times, because away from the main continent has always had all sorts of problems with wind or cold or mud, which has made it very hard for people to explore much more of the world than this, because it's pretty much ocean from this point on. But some chunks of land have appeared over the many seasons. The one spot, the two spot, the three spot. The one that you've had some experience with is in Nor. You went above Nor and went into the areas that were kind of flickering. You were in one realm for a bit, and then you were in another realm that had a similar geography, but cities and people were in different places. So these transitions of land are not complete. Some are in flux yet. If you look down in the lower right, this will be the evil word that your wizards and spellcasters hate. They explain that Ferris magic, that fuck with your conjuration and your divination spells, is a lingering effect of 10th level spells that are being used to reshape the world. There are much higher than 9th level spells, just not available for player characters. As a result of using these places are rich with the Feyres shit. Just to review, that stuff keeps you basically from doing the nice teleports in or doing some of the divination spells to figure out where shit is in those places. They're telling you the reason that is because major magics were used to teleport the whole region in, and it's not quite settled yet. And it's also being blocked from God seeing it, which is why the divination stuff doesn't work. So just as a result of that, and it had not settled yet, your spells will fizzle there. So they want you to do something in the number 4 realm. So they're going to want you to know in advance that your conjuration spells are not going to work. Your divination spells are not going to work. And this is why.
Won't work at all, or they won't work long distance.
Well, it's pretty much the long distance stuff, but you remember even some of the more subtle things were fizzing and not working. There's a chance that even like a misty step won't quite work. You know, you'll have to roll on some of those to see if you actually did that short teleport. Okay, take that snap. I'm going to the next one.
Question, sir.
Yes.
Area 4, are you telling us that there was no land there prior to this, or it was like different land and it's changed?
Now, in this case, what they knew in Nor was that there was just mountains there, and there were so many mountains there that people, at least in memory, it turns out there's not another fact going on here is nobody has a real long-term memory of this world, you know, beyond about 300 Earth years length.
Even the old farts.
Well, the elves in this world, the old elves, they have this weird thing where they go through a literal mind or a soul change. And what they explain, the biology behind that is, yes, elves will live for in Earth years, something like 750 years. But some elves, they say, spend the first half of their life kind of learning out who they are. And they're not adults for 100 Earth years, which means there are elf parents who basically are raising elf kids for like 100 some years.
Timidor's still got his binky.
Which is kind of a suck if you think about it. So what happens, at least to the elves on this world, is they live essentially a life of their own. And then when they're interested in having children, because elves don't have children that often, let's say at around 350, they have a kid and they just kind of pick it up and go have a whole new life someplace else, because their whole life is basically consumed with raising this kid for 100 years. So it's like, now we can't go clubbing tonight. You know, we got the kid. So they just kind of pick up and they don't really have a lot of memory of our previous lives before that. It doesn't happen to every elf, but there aren't a lot of elves here. And those who are around here don't seem to remember beyond 300 years ago.
Question, sir.
Yes.
Items 2, 3, 4, were those also areas where there was land that was different and has changed, or did it actually generate new land?
These were, in most cases, where there was a chunk of land, you know, like in Baba Baru, that's gotten bigger and extended like it did at Nor. But in the case of like 1 or 2, they're really close to other lands where there was like smatterings of islands and stuff, which they've overlaid or fixed onto those islands.
Okay, that's sufficient, and I'm pleased to have gotten you to say Baba Baru.
Okay.
Carry on.
Yes, in the case of like number 1, you see it's really close to touching that island area there. But yeah, there used to be like a little island there. It's like, yeah, let's just slap this big piece on top of it. Okay, and the only other thing here is the number 5. they noticed some activity like this where you guys already were on the Dampa Island.
Been there, done that. Question, are there other places potentially like that laying around?
Could be, but this is pretty much like a note. Imagine like half the Earth is ocean, and we're basically focused just on the middle here at the equator, and we don't know about the other stuff.
No, I meant like there's an item where item 5 is a small area within our known place where weird things happen. Are there
Yes.
other small areas within our known lands where things could be happening?
This is what the hags have concocted together.
So they don't know. Okay.
This is what they know of, and based upon their records, this is the order the stuff happened in. So, like the most recent stuff was hanging around where you guys were. Even though, yes, you ran up to number 4 and they were having flickeries and stuff, they've actually known about that up there in North for quite a while, as I'll show you in the next break. Okay, about 60 seasons ago,
Still waiting.
it was noted. Okay.
Ain't got no screen yet. There it is. Go ahead.
There you go. Okay, about 60 seasons ago, a quick way of doing conversion here is about 4 seasons here is a year on Earth. So 60 seasons ago, no. Just divide by 4. That's how many years. Okay. We've run into this character before. We haven't met him. But the witch priest Colifar was a cleric priest, multi-class, and he went to retire a long time ago, 60 seasons ago. And he went up north and he found land that wasn't there before, or he was convinced wasn't there before. And so he said, hey, I'll retire here and learn who these people are. Because the whole world was at war and he was sick of it. And here's some people who didn't have any neighbors at all. And they were friendly to everybody. But while he was there, another land overlaid the one he was on. And he survived because he was a high level wizard, but everybody else around him was dying and he couldn't teleport out of the place. So we had a hard time getting out of there. And he found all sorts of weird undead stuff was coming in. So the stuff that overlaid his was an undead sort of realm. And this scared the fucking shit out of him. Even though he's an old guy and he didn't expect to live much longer, he went then and spent all of his wealth convinced that they were going to have to fight these things and these things were going to keep advancing down. So he came up with the idea to, he's a clockwork gnome, so he's coming up with these steam wagons, and he got dwarves to build that network of tunnels for these steam trains, basically, that could haul a whole bunch of troops up underneath the mountains, which were just filled with this stuff that you couldn't teleport on or over. Okay, you've been at this priest's place before, but they now have the iron doors in place, so it seemed a little more reasonable. They don't have just wide open shit going on. But his grandson, you met him, and you went up to Fort Framden, where Mac Grimhide had set up the fort, and they had finally punched through under the mountains. So at this point, they had everything in place where they could race troops up to the north. You guys rode up there and you did some shit, and then you rode home. But in between, the hags and other people convinced Sparta that this is a serious threat. You also find out that your queen is very interested in not only stopping this threat, but in also annexing Nor and all these new lands that are there. Because not only are the Nor people basically welcoming her up there, but this new land doesn't belong to any of the established city states.
Or she wants all 5 of them?
No.
No,
She wants this new space to the north.
Just
The
up-
hags also suggested why the World War has finally ended after 40 years.
Oh, why?
And that was because the 3 countries that were fighting each other and just basically walking through Fritlander to do it and stealing all Fritlander's stuff, well, they pissed off the Fritlander people who ran off into the outback areas, and they were so pissed off, they all joined together and they basically started building bastions. And they started producing magic items. And suddenly, the people of Fritlander became as powerful, if not more powerful, than any of the other city states. And so the other 3 went, oh, fuck. These guys we used to walk all over now could fight us to a standstill if they wanted to. Maybe we should think about following what they did, which started the whole quest for bastion stuff, is to start producing a new industry of stuff instead of destruction, which is all your countries have been doing for like 300 years off and on. But now she sent a whole bunch of troops up there because the assault has begun. They are having these undead forces coming down and trying to kick ass on Nor. And Mac Graham Grimhide and others have been up there defending those troops, blocking them from getting down. And supplies have been coming up through the steam wagons, working out just the way Cauliflower thought they might be. Okay. I'll just throw the quick picture of the fort up. You've been there before.
Was that 7?
No.
No, I have more. So here's just the end point where you stayed at for a bit. Take a quick shot. I got nothing to say here except they'll be getting you up here as soon as they can. The
By boat, because we can't do teleportation circles, right?
the hags will be able to teleport you to Precepts. And so you just have to take the short train up here to the fort area.
The underground train?
There's no permanent teleportation circle. So the hags are just going to teleport you there. Okay.
An area they know very well, right?
They do now.
Good. Then I shall accept your teleport.
Okay. Since you've been up here, you were up here in one area in what Cauliflower called Maida. And then as you were exploring, you ended up in this other place that wasn't quite the same. And then after a while, you came back to Maida. So you were in the other realm temporarily. Well, they have stabilized a lot more. So, for instance, you can get to the area that had the lightning dog inside the Frankenstein's monster sort of guy. You can get to that Lamortia now again. Just as a side note, what's that?
The place that wants their pickaxe back, is that now here?
that's not an area that they've been dealing with, but that was east of Lamortia. So it is possible that you might be able to get to those clerics if you wish to complete that quest. They were
Or I
just
think just don't show them your pickaxe.
something to that effect. Yes. Oh, that was the completing of the quest. Here's the axe back, and here's your reward, sort of deal.
Great. Which axe? The one that I'm carrying?
Yes.
Your axe.
They want
But-
it back.
Well, they wanted it back, but you weren't able to get back to that realm. So you
Oh.
kept. I mean,
That's something we decided was going to be like permanent treasure and it was longer.
nothing. No, Dave bought it, but nothing
What?
says Dave has to keep it. They offered a reward for it of like 6,000 gold beans,
6,000,
which is
yeah.
what Dave paid for it. So if Dave wants them to have it back, he could sell it for what he paid for it. Or
Or
he
I'm
does.
saying keep it hidden, keep it safe, keep it secret.
Yes,
We'd
he doesn't have to. You
also
don't,
have to stay away from those people because I think we
you
recognize.
don't have to go over there. Okay. Where the Lich, the powerhouse Lich guy, is based in Avonlea. What the hags and Svarta want you to do is to be part 2 of a 3-pronged attack. The Lich has been making various raids and stuff, but they know pretty much where he is based most of the time. And he tends to command and send troops. If he goes out for himself, he goes out as a smart bomb. And I'll talk about that coming up. I will also say that the hags together have defeated him. But the problem with liches is they just grow back again. So part of this plan is trying to deal with that. The idea is they want you to sneak up to Avonlea. They're bringing you in as for a heist job. They want you to try to steal something, ideally,
Phylactery.
but they think what will rather happen, because it will be difficult to steal, is they want you to destroy something.
The fun never stops with a fun phylactery.
But it's not the phylactery.
Oh,
it's
good. Good.
Basically, there is one troop that is being sent in to attack the Lich directly. They are what the hags are calling the deception play.
And in fodder.
And while that deception is going on, you are supposed to go in and steal or destroy his airship. But the hags are also calling that a deception play. The real play is the hags trying to destroy the phylactery. The first attack is to keep the Lich busy, but it's possible that won't keep him busy for long or that he'll care that much. But he loves his airship. But there's no chance in hell of you being able to steal his airship if he's not being distracted by this group of people trying to kill him. So you might have enough time to try to steal it. They will give you more details as you get there next session. But their current plan is that you will travel from Fort Flanders up to X over land. This area is pretty safe. They've been making raids and they've been repelling raids, but the one thing they haven't tried yet, because they've been leaving it open, is to approach from the east underwater.
East.
So, well, from the east. I mean, from the west, heading east is what I meant.
Okay, now I understand.
Yeah. So you'll run up to X, meet with some people, go underwater in the river. Hopefully there's nothing there, but they haven't spent too much time doing it. There's two different approaches that are through the rugged terrain of the mountains. Try going to Y, try going to Z. They will have operatives at both Y and Z, ready with the latest intel when you get there. Then the idea is for you to wait till the other team starts their attack. You get down, try to steal or destroy the airship. Eventually, there reaches a point where they just want you to get the fuck away from there. If you can get the airship, steal it and use it to get the fuck away from there. If it doesn't look like you're going to have enough time, destroy it and get the fuck away from there any way you can. That's the end of your mission. Get away safely, but try to destroy the ship. Okay, I'll move to the next one. This is the initial map. You've seen that airship before, but I'll let you know a little bit more about it. The airship is run by mental command, or what they call soul drive. Captain sits in the seat and basically attaches his or her mind to the craft. Craft is what's known as a spelljammer ship. It runs on magic. It looks kind of like a bird-like regular ship, and it has the capability of going into space. And if they are large enough ships, they take along a chunk or a bubble of air with them. And they maintain that bubble of air and weird ass gravity. It's fucked up magic. But there may be enough in this ship. It wouldn't get you to another planet, but it could get you to Iquitas. You wouldn't like it there, and you would be crushed by its gravity. But it could probably get you to one of the other three. You've seen this thing during a Wraith attack, which was always flying there in the distance, where either the Lich wasn't on board. It kind of looked like there was a Lich on board, but it could have been a puppet. He sends off decoys and stuff sometimes, and it did not engage you once it saw its forces were going down. Okay, on the right there is kind of the rough sketches of the area. The hangar and the keep, which will be under attack, are the areas that are marked in yellow. So your goal is to head towards the hangar, where this thing is about 100 feet up on a platform. Generally has some protection on the sides and kind of comes down into like a cup. But it's a well-protected area, but they'll give you locations of who they think is guarding it, where they are, and you get the distraction of the other people attacking the keep area, the southeast of you, southwest of you. What they're convinced, the Hag, is that the yellow area over here, which is in a discrete temple area of the city, and there are undead and there are also human-like servants that are living in this area, milling about, having sort of a regular sort of daily existence, even though it's cruel or that sort of shit. But the Lich has been destroyed on 3 separate occasions. And with spies in the city and spies afar, and the Lich not having the ability to teleport into the area because it too is subject to these spells that fuck with teleportation. They have determined that it has appeared out of that area. So they're convinced that that's where its phylactery is, or at least that place leads to its phylactery. But they can't get to the place because of various guards in the city and alerts. But once the keep gets attacked, guards will be distracted and forces will turn. Once the sky ship is under attack, others will be distracted. The Lich will likely be distracted. The hags hope to then sneak in and find and destroy that phylactery and destroy this fuck once and for all. Take your snapshot.
Already.
But they will have better, more detailed maps of the hangar area and suggestions on where troops are. But you're going to have some sort of stealth method. I want you to know ahead of time so you can gear up, so you can spell up, you can plot your moves in advance, what you're going to need. You're also going to need somebody, if you're going to steal the ship, who's going to be willing to like stick their head in it and, you know, let it grab a hold of your brain and merge with you. It would be probably dangerous.
You think Augie Daddy could drive it?
You talked to him about it?
Not yet.
He doesn't even like come out, you know, and where anything's slightly dangerous.
Well,
Well, I'll try anything once.
I will let you know at this point that Augie Daddy has explained to you before that he's from another world and he came aboard some sort of spaceship.
Isn't that spaceship?
Okay. And finally, they gave you some intel on the Lich himself. What his apparent name is, the fact that he has some sort of human son, which he's apparently grown somehow himself. His loves are basically himself, and this new son of his, probably some sort of himself, and that's all he really cares about. But he's also a cheap motherfucker. So he tries to do stuff as cheaply as possible. He doesn't value the forces he creates or summons from someplace else, or they bring over, however it's done. Okay, the few things that they've seen in their various skirmishes with him. In the middle there, 1st through 9th, these are the spells that liches typically have at the ready, not requiring material components. You just basically point, they take you around the go. They have noticed by fighting him that the ones that are italicized and not bolded, he has shifted with other ones. Because these are all ones that liches normally carry, but they are not working in this area. Over to the far left, these are spells they've seen him use instead, like Charm Person, Dragon's Breath, Force Cage. He almost never carries magic item. He goes out expecting to win or to be destroyed. And if he's destroyed, he doesn't want to lose his good shit. But he does carry a few components. He carries around a basic pearl, probably just out of habit, or it's stuck up his ass or something.
Might be a material component.
Well, yes, it is a material component, but generally not for a spell that he can cast in this area. He carries around some ruby dust. also for the force cage spell. This is how they were determining that force cage was probably the spell he was carrying based upon the components. Why is Stroop power word kill?
I can't get rid of it. I don't know how.
Okay.
Erased. Oh, here, maybe this one will work.
The times he was destroyed, he had a ritual book with him. But as most of the ritual books are divination or conjuration, there probably wasn't that much use for him, but he was still carrying around. So there are certainly spells on there which he could use as a ritual. The one that he was carrying around material components for was identify, apparently. Because even though he's got things like find familiar, since he couldn't use it here, he wasn't carrying around the chalk and stuff. He does have an owl familiar. The other thing is he employs a lot, but generally not the really expensive ones, are spell scrolls. The ones they've seen him use above 3rd level: Fire Shield, Ice Storm, Stone Skin, Bigby's Hand, Wall of Stone, and Enervation, which basically steals people's hit points and heals him up. So this is how he goes out armed normally. So if for some reason they attack the keep and you attack the tower and he's sitting around in the tower, they miscalculated. The hags say it's not that hard to beat a lich if you outnumber him. Well, they say some of you, it'll be okay. But yes, I mean, he's a lich. They're a spellcaster. You were up against one magic user, counterspell the fuck out of them if you can.
Only if you're close.
Yes, if you're close, if you're hiding your ass away, maybe not so much. But you target the fuck out of him. He might have a bunch of shit with him. They tend to. Anyway, worst case scenario, you see him, you're up against him, and you're all alone. What would you do? Make those kind of contingency plans. If you think he's coming and you haven't figured out how to fly the ship, or you haven't, even gotten close to the thing, fucking nuke the ship and get the hell out of there. As long as he's distracted and he's using that airship quite a bit, because it's his quick means of getting around and probably getting supplies. However, the Sparta government would really, really like to have that ship and reverse engineer it. And there's very likely to be a good sizable reward, but not so sizable as they would say, yeah, you guys keep the ship. No, they're sending you up here to do this, and your mission is to get the ship. If you find other shit along the way, yeah, that's the fair game as norm.
Yes.
All right, so that's essentially it. It's possible you're not successful. It's possible you all die. It's possible you cause enough distraction that the hags working together in their coven of covens can get in there and destroy the phylactery, which may not necessarily kill the lich, but it would keep him from coming back, and he would die afterwards. He might have other ways of being an annoyance. He might have actually successfully cloned himself, like some of that story is out there. But right now, if they can get this lich from coming back and forth, Sparta's got a good chance of taking this whole new continent. He's the linchpin. There's a lot of other shit up here too, which would then need to be taken out.
He's the lich pin. All I know is I chose for my 5th level spell something that doesn't work on undead.
But you also chose greater invisibility, which is good for running around invisible.
This is true.
A greater invisible person sneaking in. Not all of you necessarily need to get aboard that ship. They don't know how to run it, but there might be some gamma world type charts where you make your row, you go down here, you get a brain ache over here.
Who doesn't know how to run it?
Be some of that involved.
Nobody
Sorry,
knows how to
what?
run it.
I thought you were talking about you run it by sticking your head in something.
Oh yes, but there's a learning curve. You have to successfully interface, and then you have to essentially learn very quickly how to fly the thing.
Say it's a soul ship, or what do you think it runs on now? Like wisdom or intelligence or charisma or anything like that?
Soul is primarily intelligence,
Huh.
but there's also wisdom involved.
Mm. Well, then already I read.
Okay, now if you do tell this to Augie Doggy,
Yes.
Augie Doggy will say that he's had some basics in how to control a spell jammer.
Okay, that's cool. Can you run it from the ring, or do I have to be like attuned to him and then run it through me?
He's not certain. He thinks he
You're
might
breaking up.
be able to
You're breaking
leave
up.
the ring. He was, oh, I'm unstable. I'm not. He said he had a body and everything normal when he learned some basic sort of rudder type actions, but he thinks it might be possible for him to leave the ring and enter into the ship instead. Boy, are all you frozen?
No,
Yeah.
it's just you. I'm being a jerk.
No, nobody was moving except me.
Well, from my perspective, you're the only one who's freezing up.
You're breaking up.
Oh, well,
Am I breaking up too because we're on the same line?
No.
Oh,
Curious.
oddly enough.
everyone for me was frozen, and then Jim unfroze, and now most of you seem to be frozen again.
Tom, quit it, Tom.
You're barely moving at all.
He's jerking. He's a jerk.
Well, that's kind of weak ahead. There, I cut my video off, but I left my audio on.
That
Since I
seems
started
better.
hearing.
You're not frozen. At least.
There you
Yes,
go.
he is.
I mean,
It just says awesome dung.
I've seen Dave finally move. I still haven't seen Bib move for like 5 minutes.
I cut my video too.
Well, I
Okay, then.
promise I'm bopping around.
Oh, now I've finally seen the Bibs move. But yeah, I mean, what I was saying is, Augie Doggy thinks the soul system control of the Spelljammer is very similar to the soul system capabilities of the ring. He's not likely to want to take take a chance, leave the room, when you're in the confines of the sharing.
Yeah, you're still breaking up.
But he's
I missed
he's
every
also
bit.
intrigued. He's also intrigued by the ocean because when he was interfaced with the ship as human form, he had some of the senses of the ship, and he could actually see things where the ship was being maneuvered. It had sort of sensors for looking ahead and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's
So
possible that he could leave the ring and go into the ship.
he likes the idea he could possess the ship that would give him a sort of ability to see, and he knows the ship was able to talk to people before.
Yeah, but the government might not like that unless, they thought
But
Augie would help the
he,
government.
he thinks if Sega interfaced with him and Sega was going, hey, such and such, that dog, he could say, click the such and such symbol, and maybe there might be a way.
Like I said, I'm hearing every 2 words out of 3, so I'm confused. We'll talk about it in person. What time shall we next meet?
I'll try text chat.
Where did everybody go?
9/16/23/30.
Let's try text chat.
Text chat. I see nothing.
Text chat. Text. And can we play next?
Suppose 8:23.
Should be able to do 8:23.
23? Okay.
8:23 is 3 weeks from now.
Yeah, 1, 2.
It's
That is correct.
potentially a birthday party, but that's supposed to be done at 4, so.
Oh, yes. If they have Robbie, I have my doubts that, that comes off because, someone has to plan it and do it. The branded stuff was done months in advance. It's hard to get people in like the last 3 weeks to go, oh, yeah, we'll come. But hopefully, but yes, as you say, even if Bibbs could race home and be there by 5. Even if I have a present for me, if they have a
Even his voice is gone. Why don't you disconnect and reconnect, John?
Woohoo! I concur.
Of all the things to do, going to fight liches would have been at the bottom of my list.
I guess that's just part of being a Knigget.
Part of being a Canadian. You gotta do the stuff that they want you to do. I see
See
John,
John
he appears to
again.
be moving.
He does appear to be moving.
Yes. No voice
He
though.
may be muted. He may
Or
be
he might be
pretending to
just
be muted.
he might just be shitting us within his mouth.
Yeah, Hoopa.
Oh,
Hoopa
Yeah.
free.
Okay, so
So what,
823,
what
823 work.
did you say after slide 6?
823 is good for me.
Yep, 823, 823.
Or shoot for 823.
Very well.
The plan is the hags will get you to, well, close to the fort. You can train up to the, and other people will get in place. You'll get some intel here. You'll get some better maps here. You'll get some recent intel here. And then you'll get a signal, which is pretty straightforward for you guys. Scout out what you can in advance and don't do anything to get physically seen until the assault on the keep has begun. Even then, you might have to hold back a bit while troops scatter and move around.
are we to expect a lot of undead?
The the primary forces have been race when they lead their assaults. I mean, they have some physical undead, which would be more like whites, but they're definitely the upper tier of undead. And the race, you fought some of the race that were more like Nazgul. I mean, they were more like Uber race.
Better than CR2 then, I'm guessing.
Yes, not likely to. Yeah,
Not candidates for destroy.
other than bastions and stuff, where you can go, here, John, I want to find out what I can do with these bastions. And it's like, John, you said you were going to look over undead stuff like 6 months ago. Why haven't you done that shit? It's like,
So what happened to this guy who I talked to about making a magic item to do the anti-fizzy wizzy magic?
I'm afraid you have me at a loss there, as I don't remember that at all.
Okay.
I mean, it may be something.
How many bastion turns are going to go before we're off to do this thing?
Sounds like 4.
Not many.
Enough to make the magic items we were talking about? One
Oh
each?
yeah, I mean, they waited until after you were trained so you could be ready to go for this.
Okay, so, well, I need to
Which
know
would
how
be-
many so I can know how much the,
Which would be
storehouse
4
will be.
or effectively only 3 then.
There
Three?
was way back. I don't remember if I gave them to you or not, or you found them. Maybe they were in a place where you didn't find in the ziggurat. But Rasper had some, I think maybe that dwarf in the mining area underground where that big fungus creature was. I think he had some spell pages, or he found the spell pages where there were a couple variations on spells that Vrasper had come up with, like a detect magic spell that could get around it.
That was in the dumbwaiter.
Yeah, but it wasn't a ritual. It was like a first or second slotted version.
It was a first level spell.
Yeah. So you might be able to get some of those created as scrolls I think, did he have two of them? Did he have an identify version?
I only think says I have asked for notes for a Fairies Farvera spell. Doesn't say what it does.
Hmm. It's possible that I'm misremembering or you missed them. Or I
But I
didn't.
mean, I thought when we came back to McHale's Navy port up there, and before we got teleported down to Midland Lake, I was talking to the wizard there who was going to teleport us because he was a stationary kind of wizard about making magic items that would counteract this fizzy wizzy force.
Okay, so what's her name down there at the Great Lake where the vampires were?
Before I got to her, the guy who transported us down,
Oh,
who
sweet.
transported us.
Yeah, well, he would have had to have been up there. I'll go back and I'll look at his notes and see if. Pretty sure.
You didn't seem interested in having me pursue such stuff.
Well, I have it in my mind that there were two spells to get around it. I mean, they were minor, but you know what they were basically. It would be nice to have a detect magic, and that's
I
what.
thought it was just a spell that in general counteracted the effects of the thing for a certain period, so you could use any kind of spell.
Yeah, I think that was some of his research in developing his spells. So he may not have been able to pull it off as a general and was able to pull it off as a specific.
Oh, well, I thought I had the impression that I knew how to do such things by the time we went home, but I guess I can go back and watch videos and things.
I could do some as well. I mean, we'll see. I think I'm feeling as good as I've been in the last 9 days. And actually, like I said, I think
See, Ursa should have her sign for a hospital on First Street so she can have
Oh, can I do that?
because then it's like
well,
I want
The first St. Ursa
St.
Hospital.
St. Ursa Hospital. No, it's First Street Ursa Hospital.
first of all, I don't think there is a proper road that leads into the new valley.
The road in front of it, she's just got named First Street there.
Oh yes, I'm just saying that road, you know, that new one, that trail that becomes a road, it leads into the center, likely doesn't have a name.
It does now, First Street.
First Street.
Yes,
All we have to do is put a second in right afterwards, and then that's automatically first. It's established.
Explains why
And
you
that's how it's
First
done.
Street Ursa Hospital. And then you can make signs like that.
Well, stone-shaped Second Street. And
well, yes, I mean, you probably want to make a First Avenue, you know, going the other direction.
Not First Avenue, Ursa.
No, I'd say you put your hospital on the new First Street that's going horizontally. But as soon as you put like a north-south street there on the end, and then the guy used to have the warehouse could just move like a block down and start building a new one. He can be on First Avenue. And then some of your facilities can go on First Avenue, but that main part over there will then just become Saint Street. Let's see. Oh, wait, how'd you have that written? First Saint Ursa?
No, I messed it up. I got to do it again.
Yeah, First Say Ursa Hospital.
It's a triangular sign, as is for all hospitals, obviously. It's First Street Ursa Hospital.
Okay.
Actually, it's called Infirmary
Oh, whatever.
because I like that song St. James Infirmary. So
There
yeah,
you
just
go.
replace it.
Infirmary.
You know, it'll just, people could misread it. It's not my fault.
You're
And
full of great ideas tonight. I'm gonna steal your stone shaped vault idea if you tell Ursa about it.
There
See,
you
what
go.
you do is you stone shape a 5-foot cube, right? You can stone shape can do 5-foot cubes, but what you do in that 5-foot cube is you make it empty except for a 1-foot wall in front, right?
Mhm.
Then whenever you want to open it, you stone shape that same area, but you take that one bit of rock that's the front now, and you slide it up to the top. So because you don't want to get rid of the stone, because you got to have the stone so you can slide it back down later,
All right.
right? So then you can reach into your thing, 4 foot or 5 foot deep, 4 foot tall, and then you can stone shape that piece back down again.
Love it.
True. I was going to tell you your first rumor
Well,
just because it was happening right by, no, it's just the area where your walls were being constructed. So the only rumor is that, Fru Mefney would whipped up a couple pillars and slabs for walls for you.
mhm.
But no, so your rumor is you just saw some of the construction of the wall. So now you got a pretty good idea that the walls around Messer Sacks aren't just like thick blocks of stone all the way around. There's like layers of stone, and they also have like mesh inside where they've run like cables, and they've done in some wooden stuff. The dwarves have come in to make all this stuff up to code, and they're just specially designed so troops can't run up to them and stone shape, because then they still have some interior materials that just don't shape like that.
And I shall name it rebar.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
if someone did pass wall there, it wouldn't have all the
I mean,
valuable
people can then cut and hack away at that shit, but it's just like, whoops, thought we were getting through there. Get them, guys, and then they dump the.
Or nowadays, Timidor can disintegrate a 10-foot hole.
Yeah, but then they dump the burning sand on you.
Why aren't rumors ever like Stroop and Grinhay was caught on the kiss cam?
Not. I think you'll see a lot.
I thought he was just doing that out in the open. I don't know why you thought that was a rumor.
You're going to see a lot more of that shit. Whatever George comes up with, that's the thing. George is going to ruin more rumors than
He's going to ruin more lives than he's going to.
Very well then.
So next time we're going immediately after we're done training.
No, I think it's day 122. So I think there's another day.
Right, but no more additional question time. So there's only 4 weeks in there, so of which we can only use 3 of them.
Yeah, I think so, because they extended out their plans a little so you guys could train up, but they had to coordinate some stuff. So I think it was like day 122, and the plan is to get you guys over there and train or steam wagoned up to the place by the end of day 122.
But we will be level 11.
Oh, you'll be a level. Yeah.
Okay.
And do they have descriptions on how they killed this? Can we watch their YouTube videos on how they killed the Lich before?
Let's see.
This old lich.
No,
Sweet. on this old lich.
Yeah, this old lich.
The hags get some special abilities. When there's three of them together, they get even more when there's three covens together. They hate each other, but so this doesn't normally happen. But they got three covens together, and that occasionally gives them access to spells like Meteor Storm. They employed a lot of.
Well, if that's how they killed.
Well, I mean,
But they say it's not hard to kill one if you got a bunch of people.
well, yes. I mean, they brute forced him with basically 12 different attacks. That's how you guys kill everything.
Not 12 different attacks. Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Well, that's just the
Half of them
monk.
come from the monk.
I mean, you get 2 Kaim attacks, you get, kitty attack, you get a Ursa spell and probably a tuba, you get a Stroop in there.
It's not a tuba.
You get like Kitty Wampus as an ape, and sometimes maybe he's like throwing boulders. And you get the spell. So yeah. And then then the monk hits like 4 times. He like 50 points of damage, I think, the other day.
And we want the ship. We don't want to destroy it.
Well, I mean, in an ideal world, you bring the ship home and the Svarta people reverse engineer it, and then maybe they can build ships for everybody.
Get one of them
Ship for
high
you
level
and a ship for
bastion
you.
facilities to build their ships.
That might be just what it takes, is to find a formula.
Well, alrighty then. I'm gonna leave since I have to take a piss. See you guys later. See you tomorrow. with
Yeah.
some coffee.
Have a fine pee.
Should have left.
Bye
Should have left 5
bye.
hours ago if it was just taking a piss was holding you back.
No, no.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Huh.
Dave's not here.
Uh,
Too.
Suppose I'll stop the stream.
Stop the retching.
Now that John's put all his medical stuff out on YouTube.
there is no retching, really. It's just
I was missing.